Anyone over the age of 8 years old can have the powerful Neches debit card with rewards as a part of their NPower program. And did you know the Neches FCU has surcharge-free ATMs? Over 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs. You shouldn't have to pay a fee on your own money. Dragon Industrial Wrap. Dragon Industrial Wrap is a professional engineering-designed carbon fiber wrap with a 2-part epoxy resin. Their carbon fiber kits reinforce piping and vessels to their design strength to prevent unplanned outages and prolong the lifespan of your equipment. Christus Health St. Elizabeth, your health, your life, our purpose. ISS Leak Sealers. Leak Sealers has joined Industrial Specialty Services, creating the preeminent technical engineered service provider in the United States. Their impeccable safety record, engineering expertise, and fabrication capacity make them the #1 provider of on-stream technical engineered services in the United States. Del Papa Distributing. Del Papa Distributing's good name leaves a lasting legacy. From a single grocery store to a distributorship spanning 17 counties and 375 employees, Del Papa Distributing has been delivering high-quality brands and service along the Gulf Coast of Texas for over 100 years. Committed to the community, stylistic diversity, and quality, they are honored to serve a wide range of the highest quality brands of beer. And Classic Chevrolet. Texas is the largest state in the continental U.S., and they know that you guys all drive a lot. That's why they offer a variety of car-related services to the greater Beaumont community. Whether you're interested in a new car, truck, or SUV, or you need service on the vehicle you already own, they're here for you. Let Classic Chevrolet Beaumont be your Beaumont used car dealer, new car depot, service center, and more. These great sponsors here at the Port Neches Riverfest for 2023 are the reason we are here, and we thank you very much. Make sure you stop by, thank the sponsors, and show your appreciation by patroning their organizations. All right, I'll be right back. We're going to throw on a couple more tunes, and we'll be right back with the final Fast Lap qualifiers in Formula One, and then the first of 4 qualifying heats in the Texas Tri-Hulls. It's bumper boats at 65 miles an hour, the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. All right, race fans, have you been clamoring for that sweet F1 Powerboat Championship Series swag? Right behind me at the judges stand, just south of the boat ramp, right by the pavilion, you'll see the F1 Powerboat Championship logo. We got a tent there with hats, T-shirts, all sorts of awesome swag that you can rock all weekend long. Who knows, maybe your favorite driver will give you a nice autograph on the back or front of that T-shirt or hat. Check it out there. All proceeds go to help the rest of us fund the rest of the series, and it's some pretty slick, cool stuff. I got the hat on, one of the hats on right now. Real clean, real awesome stuff. So make sure you swing down by the pavilion, say hi to Debbie Siebold and the team pushing out all that merch from the Formula One Powerboat Championships. I'd be remiss if I didn't quickly, before we get started here, talk about this unbelievable drink that I got. It's in a boot, which is awesome because we're in Texas. It's called the Texas Twister Drink, the one and only original Texas Twister Drink. Check them out at texastwisterdrink.com. They're here at the Riverfest. If you're looking for an ice-cold beverage, Texas Twister Drink is your stop to hit here on the Midway at the Port Neches Riverfest. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got our two boats that had transponder issues out here trying to lay their fast lap down. It's the 17 of Dylan Anderson, the young man out of Nashville, Tennessee, running for Anderson Marine, who finished second in the 2022 series standings. The other driver on the water is the number 10 of Terry Rinker, former champion on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series and winner here and defending champion of the Port Neches Riverfest. Can either of them knock off Chris, the real deal Rinker, the young man out of Spring, Texas, who sits on the pole right now with a sub 34-second lap time of the 34. 4-1-3 as they come across the start-finish line. Look at the 17 of Anderson. He's got that thing dialed in and screaming. He sweeps it wide out of turn number 1, puts it up on its tail between 1 and 2. Now kicks it off the exit turn. Down the back straightaway. 95, 100, 105, 110, 115 miles an hour as he tops out that 17-foot long Formula One hull with that 2.5-liter Mercury on the back. Now here comes his fellow driver, the 10 of Terry Rinker, running for Phase 3 performance. He's trying to secure his back-to-back pole positions here at Port Neches at the Riverfest. He won last year. Can he do it again? Now here comes the 17 of Dylan Anderson across the start-finish line with a 34.77. Not quite what he was looking for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. That's going to keep him back in 5th or 6th position with that 34.77. But here comes the KG veteran out of Tampa, Florida. Slides it wide in lane 4, puts it back up on its tail. 110, 115. Can he hit 120 miles an hour? All right, we've got 2 laps here. Will the 10 of Terry Rinker be able? 17 of Dylan Anderson with a 34.03. That's not going to be good enough for top spot, but that's going to put him in the top 5. The Nashville Marine-sponsored machine strolling out here on the Neches River. Here comes the 10 of Terry Rinker. Will he go sub 34 seconds as he crosses the start-finish line? 34.081 for the 10 of Terry Rinker, just outside the top 3 here in the Formula One class. Boy, it looks like maybe the temperature's starting to rise up as we get later in the afternoon. Maybe the water might have been a little rougher, but they just were unable to get those sub 34-second lap times that we saw from a couple of drivers earlier on today. And welcome, race fans, wherever you are across the world, joining us through YouTube. Again, if you're here locally and you want to see some of our unbelievable drone footage that you can't get from the shoreline, hop onto our YouTube channel, find F1 Powerboat Championship. You're going to see some of the most dynamic racing video footage anywhere. You're going to see boats eclipsing 100 miles an hour with drones zipping right alongside of them from up above. We're going to get things kicked off here with the first qualifying heat in the Texas Tri-Hull class. We call this bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. Our defending series champion, Neil Marsh, had a solid race. Their first round of the season was actually last weekend in Freeport, Texas, where we saw the Formula One driver, Chris Rinker, pinch hit for his son, the 37 of Mason Rinker, who was unable to make it to that race, and he ran that thing all the way to victory. But we've got a host of great drivers in the Texas Tri-Hull field. And let's take a look at our Tri-Hull division. Here in 2023. We're going to go smallest to largest as far as their numbers on the side of their boat. The first driver is the multi-time champion in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship. He hails out of Richmond, Texas. He runs for Walker Engineers. He is the number one of Corey Walker. The driver right behind him, he's in that, we call it the Black Beauty, that all-black boat with Rinker Boat World on the side. He's 79 years young. He is a multi-time Tri-Hull champion. He's out of Spring, Texas, running that 100 cubic inch Johnson on the back of his Texas Tri-Hull, none other than Scary Jerry Rinker. The third boat here in the Texas Tri-Hull class. This young man has ran double duty for multiple seasons, doing it again here in 2023. Running for JH Performance Boats. He's got one of those brand new Mercury 4-stroke outboards on the back, the 13 of Grant Schubert. And the fourth driver here in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championships, he is the defending champion. We call him the Dude. Out of Hemlock, Michigan, the number 17 of Neil Marsh. Ooh, we've got some more delicious concessions. I've got Cooper Concessions bringing me some ice cold lemonade and some, is that a root beer float? And a root beer float. We've got Cooper Concessions. They've got a chocolate vanilla twist shakes, floats, sundaes, fresh squeezed lemonade, and limeade. Don't be fooled by the rest. Cooper Concessions are the best. Cooper Concessions up there at the Midway, bringing you all the delicious drinks to keep you ice cold and cool down here on this hot Saturday afternoon on the shores of the Neches River. It's a big lemon. You can't miss Cooper Concessions. It's a big old lemon, lemonade, limeade, root beer floats, half and halves. They got all the delicious goodies at Cooper Concessions. Make sure you swing by and get an ice cold beverage to keep you cooled down here on this muggy afternoon in Port Neches, Texas. All right, we've got almost the rest of our fleet. Let's take a look at the rest of the fleet here in the Texas Tri-Hull division. The number 33 of Chris Kiefer, running for JH Performance Boats. He's got that John Deere green Tri-Hull. Another contingency of the Rinker family, that's in the all-yellow Tri-Hull, the number 37 out of Houston, Texas. Running for Roswell Marine Audio, number 37, Mason Rinker. Next on the docket, running for Diamond Z Reynolds, number 42 of Wyatt Zeller. And then the third Rinker boat here in the Texas Tri-Hull division, running for McLean Trailers out of Spring, Texas, the number 52, Tanner Rinker. Up next, he's got the big smiley face on the bottom of the boat, so you can't miss it. It's got a big old smiley face on the bottom of it. Runs for Selco Auto Restoration. He's out of Richmond, Texas, the number 54 of Darren Ware. Then we've got the number 63, we call it the Shark Attack. It had a shark mouth on either side of the boat due to some damage it sustained in round one last weekend. It's only got one of them now, kind of a half smile. But this gentleman's out of White Wright, Texas, way up on the Oklahoma border. Running for BW Customs and Auto Restoration, the number 63 of Aaron Green. And then we got that black and green boat out, ran by the man they call King Mullet. The number 69 out of Katy, Texas, running for Sport Marine, Cole Wearing. And rounding out the field here in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championships, out of Richmond, Texas, running for Just Send It Racing, number 88, Josh Wells. All right, race fans, we've got them lined up as we do every race in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championships. We put them 2 by 2, side by side, for our opening qualifying heat. Let's take a look at our starting grid. On the inside of row 1, it's the dude, the number 17 of Neil Marsh, our reigning champion from 2023. On the outside, looks like that's the number 88 of Josh Wells. On the inside of row 2, looks like that's the 10 of Jerry Rinker. On the outside of row 2, that's the 54 of Darren Ware. On the inside of row 3, the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. On the outside is the 1 of Corey Walker. There's the flag. He drops the green flag, and here we go. We're under racing. We're going to do 7 laps around this 2-pin course here in the Tri-Hull class. The 88 of Wells works it wide to the outside, followed by the 17 of Neil Marsh on the inside. Can he hold that inside line, or will the 88 of Josh Wells be able to wheel it around the outside? They get bogged up down in there is where it gets real nasty here in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. But the man setting on pole, the dude, Neil Marsh, out in front right now, pushing hard down the back stretch here on the shores of the Neches River. The 88 of Josh Wells got to lay way off the gas there as he hit a hammer to roller coming in down into turn number 2, and the gap is widened between the 17 of Neil Marsh and the 88 of Josh Wells. Then it's the 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker, running outside in lane 2, trying to get on the outside hip of Wells. In fourth, the 54 of Darren Ware. Then the 1 of Corey Walker. The 37 of Mason Rinker. The 42 of Wyatt Zeller, and the 69 of Cole, the Mullet King Waring. Behind them, it's the 13 of Grant Schubert. The 52 of Tanner Rinker. The 63 of Aaron Green, and the 33 of Chris Kiefer rounding out the field here in this Texas Tri-Hull class. Oh, Marsh hooks it hard coming out of turn number 2. Lost a little bit of speed there. Oh, look out, he gets it airborne. He's going flying here on the shores of the Neches River. The dude looking to go back-to-back in 2023, and he knows after not winning round 1 in Freeport, Texas last weekend, he's got to do everything he possibly can to collect as many points through qualifying and in the final this weekend if he wants to move himself back up to the top spot in the season standings. Starting to pull away from the 88 of Josh Wells. There's our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh, pushing hard. There's the 88 of Wells now, coming out of turn number 2. We've got about a 10-15 boat length lead over the field by the 17 of Neil Marsh. The 88 of Wells has got a rear view mirror full. You see that. There they come now. The 88 of Wells gets a rear view mirror full of the 10 of Rinker and the 54 of Darren Ware. The 37 of Mason Rinker now has moved himself up into 5th position ahead of the 1 of Corey Walker. And the 69 of Cole Mullet Wearing pushing hard. But there's our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh, working his way down the back straightaway, trying to find any sort of clean water he can. These tri-hulls just slam all over. Whoa, he hooks it hard down in turn number 2. Hugs it off the turn, and he is bouncing all over the place. Our leader now looking to eye up some of the back markers. Will he be able to get it here? And the 17 of Neil Marsh continuing to push hard. Gets it out of turn number 1. Pushing at every chance he can, because he knows even if he stays out front, he could find himself in the back of the pack in one of the other qualifying heats, and he's got to have that elapsed time over the rest of the field. He now gets it out of turn number 1, goes wide out of 1. There's the 37 of Mason Rinker. Beautiful overhead shot by our drone cameras. Again, find us on YouTube at F1 Powerboat Championship or on Facebook to watch unbelievable live drone footage from the race right here in Port Neches. The 57 of Mason Rinker. Now looking to eye up the 54 of Darren Ware, who's wide to the outside. Now Ware's trying to catch up with the 10 of Jerry Rinker, as Scary Jerry sits back in 3rd position behind the 88 of Wells and the 17 of Marsh. Now here comes the 17 of Marsh, looking to try to put the 63 of Aaron Green, a rookie here in 2023, still completing his rookie season. He only did a couple of races last year, but he's trying to stay on the lead lap here in the qualifying heat. There goes the white flag. White flag is down. Go fast, turn left. Now we got a battle there for 4th and 5th position as the 37 of Mason Rinker goes down to the inside. And he's able to get by the 54 of Darren Ware. What a great move by the young man out of Spring, Texas. Moves himself up into 4th position. Huge points for the young driver out of Spring, Texas. But right now it is all about the dude. Neil Marsh, the Hemlock, Michigan native, made his way all the way down to Southeast Texas 2 weeks in a row to defend his 2022 series title. And he's looking to come at it with a vengeance as he goes down out of turn number 2. Wide out into lane 3, out of turn number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the first of 4 qualifying heat wins here in the Texas Tri-Hull class. Number 17, the dude, Neil Marsh. In 2nd, solid run starting outside at row 1, the 88 of Josh Wells. And just ran out of laps was the 37 of Mason Rinker, hanging on to the 3rd spot on the podium here in the first qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hull. The number 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker. All right. We take a look at the rest of the field. Behind the 10 of Rinker was the 37 of Mason Rinker, then the 1 of Corey Walker, followed by the 52 of Tanner Rinker, the 13 of Grant Schubert, the 42 of Wyatt Zeller, the 69 of Cole the Mullet King Waring, 63 of Aaron Green, and the 33 of Chris Kiefer. Well, that's going to do it here for the first of 4 qualifying heats in the Texas Tri-Hull class. If we take a look at the rest of our racing schedule for this afternoon, coming up next, we're going to have Formula Ones back on the water for the Group A first qualifying heat. That's going to be 6 minutes plus 1 lap for half the field in our Formula One class. We've got 20 drivers from all across North America who've ascended here to Port Neches for the opening round of 2023. Then we're going to run Group B first heat, and then our rounding out the first qualifying heats will be our Formula Lights at just around 2:15. Then we're going to have a brief river open for about a half hour, let some traffic come through, and then we're going to round out the day with our second qualifying heat of Texas Tri-Hulls, Formula Lights, and Formula One before we wrap up racing action here on Saturday qualifying at the 2023 Port Neches Riverfest. And we wouldn't be here in 2023 without the great sponsors on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. First and foremost, Mercury Racing, committed to the pursuit of wide open, accept no boundaries and accept no compromise. Mercury Racing. JH Performance Boats, custom handcrafted shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. Axle Sports, official apparel provider of the Formula One Powerboat Championship. Your passion drives us to excel. VP Racing Fuels. VP Racing Fuels has been the fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Learn more about Ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championships. Racing Communications, their radios for racing. Seabolt Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Moto Marketing Group, providing award-winning advertising and strategic marketing solutions to any size company or team with one-on-one service and consultation. Moto Marketing Group excels in racing and sports marketing, advertising, and design. They have the track record to prove it. From boats to cars or motorcycles and anything else on 2 or 4 wheels, if it has an engine, they can make it scream. And Seaway Marine. Seaway Marine, your one-stop dealership for current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts. They specialize in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, Chrysler outboard motors, as well as OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives and engine parts for Chris Crafts. Seaway operates out of a 62,000 square foot warehouse that is packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages annually across the United States, providing same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Seaway staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry with decades of experience. Seaway prides itself in excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. Find them out at seawaymarine.com. And Kicker Marine Audio, living loud since 1973. Check them out at kicker.com. Here locally, we've got some phenomenal sponsors. Some have been a part of the Port Neches Riverfest for a very long time. Some may be newer, but they're all integral in bringing the Riverfest to Port Neches every year, as well as the Formula One Powerboat Championships to the shores of the Neches River. Our local sponsor, the Port Neches Federal Credit Union. Surcharge-free ATMs. You shouldn't have to pay a fee on your own money. Dragon Industrial Wrap, a professional engineering design carbon fiber wrap with a 2-part epoxy resin. Their kits reinforce piping and vessels to their design strength to prevent unplanned outages and prolong lifespan in your equipment. Christus Health, St. Elizabeth, your health, your life, our purpose. ISS Leak Sealers. Leak Sealers is Joint Industrial Specialty Services, creating a preeminent technical engineered service provider in the United States. Their impeccable safety record, engineering expertise, and fabrication capacity makes them the #1 provider of on-stream technical engineering services in the United States. Del Papa Distributing. Del Papa Distributing, good name, leaves a lasting legacy from a single grocery store to a distributorship spanning 17 counties with 375 employees. Del Papa Distributing has been delivering high-quality brands and service along the Gulf Coast of Texas for over 100 years, committed to the quality, committed to community, stylistic diversity, and quality. They are honored to serve a wide range of the highest quality brands of beer. And Classic Chevrolet, Texas' largest state in the U.S., and we know that you guys all here in Texas do drive a lot. That's why they offer a variety of car-related services to the Beaumont community. Whether you're interested in a new car, truck, or SUV, or you need your service on your vehicle you already own, they're here for you. Let Classic Chevrolet Beaumont be your used car dealer, your new car depot, your service center, and more. All right, now joining me on the judges stand here, the man, the myth, the legend, also known as the Dude, your defending series champion in Texas Tri-Hall. Well, you drew a good position inside of row one. You always got to love that, and you did exactly what you should do when you're on the inside of row one. You ran that thing wire to wire. It's got to feel good to start off this way, Neil.
Oh, it feels great. It feels great. It's been quite an adventure. We went to Freeport last weekend. My brother and I, man, he is unforgiving, dude. This guy, he's stuck with me thick and thin. We got a one-man team on these two races. He's been my co-pilot, my teammate, my best friend, and he's my travel agent as well, man. So, Brian Liotta, I owe it all to you, man. Thank you.
So let's talk about that. You know, you got out early. Looks like you found some of the clean water. You put the 88 of Wells, who's a tough driver out there, in the rearview mirror. But this is just the first of four heats. Good way to start, but what does the 17 of Neil Marsh need to do the rest of the season to hopefully keep the tracks rolling to try to defend your series championship here in 23?
I don't know. Maybe we need to just keep coming to Texas, man, because you guys treat me quite well. We love it down here. We love Port Neches. If I said it right or not, I'm not sure. But thank you guys. It's a great event, and we love being here. We're from Michigan, so go blue, baby.
Yeah, they're always harassing us upper Midwesterners with the way they say the names down here. But, hey,
right.
You bring them to Michigan, Wisconsin, or Minnesota and have them try to speak some of the Ojibwe city names, they'll probably butcher them as bad as we do down here, eh?
Right.
Well, hey, congratulations, man. That was a heck of a run. You got a handful more qualifying heats yet today and tomorrow morning before you lock in for that main event.
Yep.
But I think there's a very good shot if you keep things upright and keep it strolling the way you are. We're going to find that 17 machine on the top spot of the podium.
Yes, sir. I gotta go through a long list of names here to thank, man. A lot of people helped us get here. So we'll start off River Song Lodge, man. Walter, thank you. You guys want to go Alaska fishing, that's the guy to call, River Song Lodge. He helped us a ton. We got the Maple Grill OG. He was our first and only sponsor for a couple races last year. Thank you, Josh. He's out there. Sefton Financial, I appreciate everything you've done for me, Roy. We got Wardine Brothers Farms. You guys know who you are. There's a whole crew of you guys. I can't thank each one by name. We got Studio 46. You need to get your hair done. You go ahead and get that done, okay? Saginaw, Michigan, baby. That's where we're from, and I'm sure I'm missing. Oh, Best Automotive, because you guys are the best, right? So you need some car work done. We'll go get that done over there. Thank you, Lowell. And B-Blaze Propellers, man. There's a big sticker on there, and you know what? That's why it's Go Fast, because Brett is the doctor with these things, man. I cannot forget my family and everybody at home that's helped me get here. Thank you.
Right on. Well, he is the 17 of Neil Marsh, checkered flag in heat number one, possibly many more to come as he continues to fight for a championship here at the Port Neches River Fest. Round two for the Texas Tri-Hulls on the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We'll be right back with more racing as we get Formula One qualifying heat action underway. All right, we got a couple of minutes here while we load the rest of the boats in the water here in the Formula One Group A qualifier. Don't forget to stop down to the great concessions we've got here at the Port Neches Riverfest. Concessions Plus, they've got Cajun pistolets, boudin balls, crawfish nachos, pork chops, shrimp, and gator on a stick. If you're looking to cool down, you got a couple of different options. Cooper Concessions, they're the big giant lemon. You can't miss them. They've got chocolate vanilla twist. They've got shakes, floats, sundaes, fresh squeezed lemonade, fresh squeezed limeade. Don't be fooled by the rest. Cooper Concessions is the best. And one's going to give them a run for the money are the folks over at the Texas Twister Drink, the one and only original Texas Twister Drink. Check them out at texastwisterdrink.com. And it comes in a really cool boot. I don't know, maybe later when I'm done racing, I might fill this thing back up with juice and some other adult beverages. But it reminds me of that Beer Fest movie, Das Boot. It's a very large plastic boot with a nice handle. Very convenient for drinking while you're on the go out here at the Port Neches Riverfest. They've got all this concessions cranking. We got live tunes jamming tonight after a full day of racing. We've got all sorts of stuff going on as we do every year here at the Port Neches Riverfest. But up next here, just moments away from Group A Heat 1 of the Formula One class. And let's take a look at Group A's lineup. All right, well, I have to apologize. I missed a great little nugget that was brought up here. I don't know if you guys have had Amish donuts. I'm not a small person, and these are enormous donuts. Sugary and delicious. Check them out on the Midway. Amish donuts, I mean, the Amish furniture is great, so I can imagine. Here, let me take a quick bite. Oh, that's... Wow. You know, normally, even if something's bad, I try to say that it's good because I'm a nice guy. But, geez, that is really good. That might be the best fried donut I've ever had. Why are all things Amish always really good? Maybe because they're not distracted by all the crazy stuff of regular life. But, wow. That is a donut and a half right there. So if you're looking for a sweet snack in the middle of the day, get yourself an Amish donut. They're unreal. That's a super good donut. And check out the folks, the Amish Donuts. They're right there in the Midway with everybody else. Man, that might be the best donut I've had in a long time. And anybody who's met me or seen me up here on the judges stand, I am not a small human being. I'm like 6'2", 275. I love donuts. And I consider myself quite the donut connoisseur, but that is really, really good. So check out the Amish Donuts along with Texas Twister. We got All sorts of concessions going on down here at the Riverfest. We've got the gator on the stick, pork chops, shrimp. From Concessions Plus, Cooper Concessions got the limeade, the lemonade, the root beer floats, the shakes. Whatever you need, whatever your palate's in the mood for, they've got it here. We see some great drone shot footage from our drone camera. Here is from our great folks at our media partners at Live Race Media. You can check them out at liveracemedia.com. If you've got RC racing, dirt track racing, boat racing, if it's got 2 wheels, 4 wheels, a motor, whether it's electric or gas, and you want to put on a live race show, get a hold of the folks at Live Race Media. Eric and other guys are awesome to work with. They've been my partners here for the last 3 seasons, and I look forward to many more. As we get everybody ready to rock and roll here, let's take a look at our starting lineup for Group A's first qualifying heat. On the pole, the man who set the fastest lap earlier today in the Formula One class, he's out of Spring, Texas, running for the Gregory Law Firm. Roswell Marine Audio, McLean Trailers, and Rinker Boat World. Out of Spring, Texas, number 52, Chris, the real deal, Rinker. Second off the dock, one half of the Phase 3 performance team. He's out of Richmond, Texas. The number 8 of Jeremiah, Get Out of My Way, Mayo. Third off the dock, the other half of the Phase 3 racing team, Phase 3 performance racing team. He's out of Tampa, Florida. He's your defending Port Neches Riverfest champion in the Formula One class, number 10, the Godfather, Terry Rinker. Fourth off the dock, your defending series champion, one half of the Clover Construction team, out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, number 24, Spencer Love. All right, let's see here. Next up on the start pontoon, here in Group A's qualifying heat number 1, out of Syracuse, Indiana, running for Swain Brothers Marine, number 74, Jesse Swain. We call him Sweet Baby Swain. He's got that sweet baby face, but he's not he may be a baby face in real life, but he's an absolute killer on the race course. Coming fifth off the dock, the number 74, Jesse Swain. 6 off the start pontoon, running for Mercury Racing. Out of Paw Paw, Illinois, multi-time world and national champion. He's won the Rouen 24-hour race. That's right, he ran a Formula One tunnel boat for 24 hours as a part of a 4-man team. He's won that. He's won everywhere in the world that he's gotten behind the wheel, and he's looking to bring that brand new Mercury Racing APX competition 4-stroke motor to prominence. Number 62, Chris Fairchild. 7th off the starting grid here in Group A qualifying heat number 1. He's out of Ontario, he's out of Innisfil, Ontario. Running for Crystal Clear Wiper Blades. Number 94, Rusty Wyatt. 8th off the grid here in Group A's qualifying heat number 1. He's out of Richmond, Texas. He's one portion of the Outlaw F1 team, running for JH Performance Boats. Number 99, Travis Yates. 9th off the start pontoon here in Group A qualifying heat number 1. He's out of Toledo, Ohio, running for Gytech Power Sports and Erie Marine Supply. Number 41, Bumpin' Bobby Briggs. And our 2 rookies here in the Formula One class in Group A are round out the field as rookies. They are required to go to the end of the dock in all qualifying heats. First, he's won tri-hull, he's won 45s, he's won at every stage he's been in, and now he's trying to take it to the big class. Out of Richmond, Texas, running for JH Performance and Hertz Audio, number 13, Grant Schubert. And rounding out the field here is we've got 2 teams that each have 2 boats here in this first qualifying heat for Group A. He's a rookie as well. His brother's the defending champion. He's got that APX 200 on the back of that Clover construction machine out of Moore Park, California, number 12, Sean Love. And that rounds out our field here in Group A's first qualifying heat. Who's going to come out on top? Will it be the man who set the fast lap of 33.54 seconds in the 52 of Chris Rinker? Or could we see the 62 of Fairchild? Or maybe the 94 of Rusty Wyatt? Or the 24 of Spencer Love, our defending series champion, come off this dock like a rocket all the way to victory here in Group A qualifying heat number 1. Again, like we do in all our qualifying heats all season long in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, we run what they call a modified Le Mans start. Unlike in car racing in a Le Mans start where the motor is on, but it is not in gear, we don't have gears in a race boat. There is no first, second, third. You mash that thing to the floor and you go all out to the limit every second you're on the course. So we're going to count them down from 60 seconds to 20 in 10-second increments. When you hear me get to 20 seconds, I'm going to turn it over to our starter who resides on that boat in the middle of the race course. He's going to raise that starter flag. As soon as that starter drops, these boats are going to come roaring off the beach. They're going to get up in excess of 100 miles an hour and inside of 3 seconds through the middle of the course, down to the far north end of the course there, and all the way back around for 8 minutes plus 1 lap here for their first qualifying heat in Group A. All right, got to get those hot laps in. They're going to get these motors revved up. Going to be lubed up and ready to go. Get that fuel pumping through these 2- and 4-stroke motors because, again, they're completely shut off. There is absolutely no power on these boats until the flag is dropped and you hear that motor come to life and that boat comes screaming off the dock here on the shores of the Port Neches River. In our first of 3 qualifying heats here for Group A. We're going to do 2 today for Group A, 2 today for Group B, and then 1 for each tomorrow. The culmination of all those qualifying heats are going to set our starting grid for the main event tomorrow. Got to watch out there. Our pole sitters, not used to being on the pole, came in a little hot there. Has got to circle back around. There you see Jet Ski Jared. He's our pace jet ski and tri-hauls. He's the first guy to get there for anybody who wrecks. He gets those boats flipped over in a hot second and a part of the great sport rescue crew who comes with us wherever we go. I mean, whenever there's an accident, we're talking less than 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds at the absolute most before our divers are in the water helping these drivers get out in the event of an accident. Safety is huge. It's the most important thing for us here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We don't take it lightly. We've got an extensive crew with a ton of diving experience and years, if not decades, of experience in helping flip boats over. For those of you watching us on YouTube and Facebook, you'll notice in some of our drone footage here in 2023, we've added a new twist. You'll be able to know which boat you're watching because on the rear engine cowling, you'll see a number. That number is the same number that's on the side of their boat. That should help you out there watching. One of our drivers, unfortunately, out for the foreseeable future, Ashton Rinker. How's it going down in Riverview, Florida, my man? I hope you're doing okay. Sent me a picture earlier of a nasty collarbone break. It's killing him not to be here. But thankfully, with a last name like Rinker, you've got some pretty good people that can fill in. And his father, Terry, stepped in to fill in for him here at the Port Neches Riverfest. We hope to see Ashton back behind the cockpit of a Formula One boat here as soon as humanly possible. Heal up, my friend. Get better, and we'll see you on the race course here as soon as possible. But you see them all lined up there. So we got Rinker, Mayo, Rinker. It's a constant theme. We see so many Rinkers at such a high level of competition here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. It's in their blood. It's in that family tree. John Rinker, former owner of Rinker Boats, Jerry Rinker, who still races in Tri-Hull, now has passed on Rinker Boat World to his son Chris, but established a phenomenal business there in Spring. What a great group of people they are to race with year in and year out, the Rinker family. All right, so we're getting them lined up here. We've got 6 lined up, 5 more to go. Here come pulling into the dock now. That's that brand new Mercury Racing Hoffman Composite F1. And it looks a little different for those of you who've been hanging with us here for a few years. That is an air scoop on the top of that Hoffman Formula One race boat with that APX 200 on the back. And it's got the none other than the 62 of Chris Fairchild behind the wheels. So don't worry about that thing hanging in the back too long. He may be starting 6th off the start pontoon, but don't be surprised if he's fighting for one of those top spots here in Group A's qualifying throughout today and tomorrow. We're getting them lined up there. Boy, I mean, look at this top 7 just in this heat alone. Let's see here. We've had series race winners, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th. So we got 5 drivers who've won races on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. 5 out of 11. And that's just half the field. We look at the other half of the field, and we're going to rattle off numerous drivers that have won races on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series there as well. It's impressive, the depth of talent, the closeness and of racing. In a lot of powerboat racing, it's difficult to have as many boats be as competitive as they are, and that's what makes the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series the best series in the world. You look at powerboat racing across the globe, typically you've got 3 or 4 boats that are competitive with one another. They're on the lead lap, they're neck and neck, they're all over each other. The rest of them, but it's hard for them to stay competitive. The motors are tough to keep running at top speed, and running a Formula One powerboat is an extremely difficult thing. Rarely will you see 2 or 3 drivers that have won races sitting back in the 5 to 15 spot. We'll probably have 4 to 7 race winners that won't even crack the top 5 when we go to our starting lineup later on this weekend, tomorrow afternoon, for our main event. And that is an impressive thing. And that's what the Formula One Powerboat Championship is all about. It's parity, right? We want great racing. We don't want somebody who's got the most money to buy the best stuff and to blow everybody else out of the water. We keep things very competitive. We keep things very capped, and that is done on purpose, right? Like we want to tell Major League Baseball, hey, Major League Baseball, put in a salary cap, would you? Nobody likes to see the Yankees spend $350 million, $80 million more than everybody else. Granted, they don't win every year. I know you guys got the opportunity to bring a baseball championship back home to Texas here this last year with the Houston Astros, which the rest of us in baseball hate, but we love being competitive because that's what racing is all about, and that's exactly what the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series brings to the table. All right, we've got all 11 drivers lined up here on the shores and ready to rock and roll. It's Group A, qualifying heat number 1 here at the opening round of 2023 at the Port Neches Riverfest. All right, as Doug Ray, Chief Referee Doug Ray, is eyeing everybody up, making sure their spacing is proper. We are going to do a test flag here because it's the first race of the season. So those of you, wherever you are, you see that flag come up, that is just a test flag. We're going to hear that. You're going to hear that flare fire, and that flare come dropping down in the water. We're going to start from 1 minute down to 20 seconds here. Group A, qualifying heat 1. Who is going to start things off the way they wanted here in the opening round? Who is going to run across some of those things that make racing one of the most frustrating things there is? Who is going to upset? Who's going to come out and surprise everybody? Could it be the 41 of Bobby Briggs, the man from Toledo, Ohio? Could it be the 74 of Jesse Swain, his best qualifying here at Port Neches to date? He's also running for the Neches Federal Credit Union and Swain Brothers Marine, that all-white Seabold, Swain Brothers on the side, Neches Federal Credit Union. He could get a great jump off the dock, but he's got a lot of tough competitors in front of him. One French-built Moore hull, 3 back-to-back-to-back Hoffman F1 composite hulls, followed by a Seabold, then another Hoffman, then a Moore, then a composite craft, a Grand Prix, a DAC, and rounding out the field, another Hoffman. We've got 5 Hoffman composite F1s here in Group A qualifying heat number 1. One minute, drivers. 1 minute. Can Chris Rinker continue that fast lap and come off the dock like a rocket, sitting in pole position? Group A, qualifying heat number 1. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the two-boat team of Phase 3 performance with the 8 of Mayo and the 10 of Rinker sitting 2-3 claim the checkered flag in Group A qualifying heat number 1? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will our defending series champion, the man from California running for Clover Construction, be the guy here in Heat 1 in Group A? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or could it be the 74 of Jesse Swain, the 62 of Chris Fairchild, the 94 of Ruster Wyatt? Let's find out what's going to happen in Group A. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters' orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag, and they come roaring to life. What a great overhead drone shot. It's the 52 of Chris Rinker getting a good jump there. But look at the 94 of Rusty Wyatt comes screaming off the dock as they go through the infield. Down to the far end of the course, down into turn number 3. Once they come across the start-finish line, we'll start the first of 8 minutes plus 1 lap here in this opening qualifying heat in Group A. The 52 of Chris Rinker finds that clean water, and he's got it screaming down the front straightaways. The rest of the boats make it clean through the first 2 turns. There's the 52 of Chris Rinker, followed by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, the 10 of Terry Rinker, the 24 of Spencer Love, and here comes the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. He's moved up 3 places. Oh, look out there. Spencer Love having to cut through the wake of Terry Rinker. We got a battle going on for 3rd and 4th as the 24 of Spencer Love goes wide to the outside as they go down to the north end of the course. The 24 of Love now looking to make a move. The 10 of Rinker keeps him wide, forcing him outside. There's the 8 of Mayo going through the spray. There's the 10 of Rinker. You can see the 24 of Love shooting through there as well. And the 94 of Rusty Wyatt pushing hard, sitting in 5th position, trying to track down the 24 of Spencer Love. There's the 24 of Love. Now he's backed off a little bit from that tight gap he had between him and Rinker. But watch out, here comes the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. We got a battle for 4th. On the inside, it's the man from Ennisville, Ontario, running for Crystal Clear Wiper Blades. On the outside, it's the Santa Rosa Valley, California native running for Clover Construction. Spencer Love, defending series champion. Rusty Wyatt, the lone Canadian here on the field in 2023. Well, Wyatt's got to go way wide to the outside there. Now Love cuts it down to the inside, trying to find a clean line as he not only is focusing on a rearview mirror full of the 94 of Wyatt. We get that awesome overhead shot there. You see the 94 on the top of that Moore designed French-built composite Formula 1 hull as they go down into turn numbers 2 and 3. That's the 24 of Love coming off of turn number 2, pushing hard. Oh, no, there's the other half of the Clover Construction team. That's a safety feature. We call that a rollover airbag. This happens sometimes. It happened in Highlands, Texas in round 4 last year in 2022 to the 17 of Dylan Anderson. That airbag is in the event of a rollover. Looks like they might have some wiring malfunctions as that machine, the 12 of Shane Love, went over yesterday in testing, and they might still have some gremlins from the brackish water that boat took on when it went over. There's the 10 of Terry Rinker fighting hard to try to track down his teammate. Got to be a good day so far for team owner Jim Slack. It's president and CEO of Slack & Company. He's got 2 boats sitting 2nd, 3rd. But, boy, the 52 of Chris Rinker, this guy right here, he is on a mission. I had a chance to talk to him in Freeport, Texas at the opening round of the Trexas Tri-Hull last weekend. And he's like, listen, dude, it's all or nothing this year. I am on a mission to put this thing on lock and be the 4th Rinker to win a 3rd Rinker to win a Formula 1 Powerboat Championship Series, but he's got to do it right now, and he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. He's got that thing screaming fast as he's boogieing down the back straightaway towards the north end of the course. You see that Gregory Law Firm on the nose of that all-yellow, canary yellow Moore composite craft with McLean Trailers and Roswell Marine Audio on the side, pushing it hard to the limit as he comes down the front stretch. He's now eyeing up some of the back markers to make it even more difficult for the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo to get by him in these waning stages of Group A qualifying heat number 1. So we got 14 laps down here in this qualifying heat A. Qualifying Group A, heat 1. There's the 12 of Shane Love. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert. Hanging on. He's having some motor issues. There's the 41 of Bobby Briggs, the Toledo, Ohio native. And there goes the 52 of Chris Rinker down, diving to the inside, putting the 12 of Shane Love. Excuse me, the 12 of Sean Love. A lap down here in his first competitive heat race in Formula One. The rookie just trying to stay out of the way, learn. You know, it gets rough out there, and this is all a big learning curve for the teammate of the 24 of Spencer Love. Still got that green flag out there, sitting back in 6th position, falling back 1 spot. That is the 74 of Jesse Swain, but he's really running well. Really started to move up the ranks over the last couple of years. Started off slow, but really started to pick up some speed. I think we could see some really good things and potentially a top 7 series finish when at the end of 2023. Right now, nobody's got an answer for the 52 of Chris, the real deal Rinker, as he continues to hold that gap over the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo and the 10 of Terry Rinker. The 24 of Spencer Love now backed off a little bit. There's the 52 of Rinker as we get to the waning stages here. As we continue to push the 52 of Chris Rinker. Now liking that outside line, keeping those RPMs up, just staying wide, getting out and around those back markers as he puts the 41 of Bobby Briggs a lap down. And now he puts it on his tail and pushing hard down the front stretch. We got a battle going on now. Here comes the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Mayo on the outside. Rinker on the inside. Where did this young man come from? He's Jeremiah, get out of my way, Mayo, and he doesn't have that nickname for no reason. But, boy, he gets caught up in back markers, and that's what can happen. One wrong move, and he goes from deck to deck with our leader, the 52 of Chris Rinker, to 4 boat lengths back. And here comes his teammate on the inside, the 10 of Terry Rinker, now doing battle with his teammate, the 8 of Mayo, for 2nd and 3rd. Mayo goes wide to the outside. Here goes Terry Rinker down to the inside. We got a battle for 2nd and 3rd between teammates, and they're both trying to catch the man who's looking to go wire to wire here in qualifying heat number 1 in Group A. As the 52 of Rinker continues to push hard, he's got a rear view mirror full of teal and white. The 2 Phase 3 performance machines. There's the 8 of Mayo. Boy, he just chops off the 10 of Rinker, says, hey, man, nah, not happening. Forces the 10 of Terry Rinker to go wide to the outside, run through the spray, and that backs him off a little bit. But, boy, these battles towards the end of the straightaways are going to be a doozy all weekend long here. This is just the first qualifying heat in one half of the field, and it has been an absolute doozy so far. Minute and a half left here in this 8 minutes plus 1 lap main event. All right, it says checkered flag there for our folks watching the live stream, but we still got a minute and a half plus 1 lap here in this first qualifying heat. The Chris Fairchild there in 7th place is pushing hard. There's this 99 of Travis Yates. There's our leader, the 52 of Chris Rinker. Oh, look out there. Jeremiah Mayo put it way up on its tail coming out of turn 3. Almost lost it. Trying to push and continue to stay ahead of his teammate, the 10 of Terry Rinker. Those two are going to have a fun weekend pushing one another. And, for a Constructors Championship, boy, Phase 3 looking to start real well at that 2-boat team. They continue to push out of turns 3 and 4. There's the 8 of Mayo still sitting in 2nd position. Let's take a look back at that battle for 4th and 5th position. As there comes the 24 of Spencer Love, and right on his tails, the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. As they come out at the north end of the course there, Wyatt moving up a couple of spots. He started 7th on the start dock, and they're pushing hard down the back straightaway. Wyatt on the outside. Spencer Love going short way around the course with that Clover construction on the side. They're pushing hard. Wyatt just doesn't seem to have an answer. He's trying to stay on that outside hip. He does not want to get in the wash of that 24 of Spencer Love. Spencer's just trying to do everything he can to keep the 94 of Rusty Wyatt bay, and that's exactly why you've seen that gap between him and the 10 of Terry Rinker, who sits up in 3rd. All right, as our leader crosses the start-finish line. White flag is out, green flag is down. Go fast, turn left, just 4 more times for the man out of Spring, Texas, who's looking to go wire to wire here in qualifying Heat 1 in Group A. There's the 24 of Love. And the 24 Love comes out of turn 1-2. There's now Rinker coming out of the back, down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Our leader who started on the pole. He laid down the fast lap in time trials earlier today as he sweeps it off of turn number 4. Hugs it tight off the buoy, now puts it on its tail. Ladies and gentlemen, running for Gregory Law Firm, Roswell Marine Audio, and McLean Trailers, taking qualifying heat number 1 in Group A, number 52, Chris, the Real Deal Rinker. And rounding out the podium there is back-to-back phase performance boats. Running for phase 3 performance in second, the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Third, the number 10 of Terry Rinker. Great battle there for fourth and fifth between the 24 of Spencer Love. And in fifth there, the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. Coming in sixth, the number 74 of Jesse Swain. Then the number 62 of Chris Fairchild in that Mercury Racing machine. Eighth, the number 41 of Bobby Briggs. Ninth, the 13 of Grant Schubert. 10th, the 99 of Travis Yates, who went dead in the water down at the far end of the course. And rounding out the number 12, Sean Love, who had that issue with his airbag go off there. But boy, if this is an indicator of what this weekend is going to be like, I might have to ask for volunteers tomorrow afternoon to take over announcing duties because I might lose my voice. What a doozy of a first heat that was. Battles all over the race course. We had battles for second and third, fourth and fifth, sixth and seventh. It was an absolute slobber knocker from top to bottom, and that's what you get with the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. That's Group A. Now we're going to get Group A off the water. Group B is going to get in the water. And we're going to get to hopefully have an opportunity to chat with the 52 of Chris Rinker. All right, there's our race results from the Group A qualifying heat number 1. And what an absolute battle we had all over the course. I might have to take a nap when we have our River Open break at 3 o'clock for a half hour just so that I've got enough energy to finish out the day. But while we got a chance here, again, our sponsors are everything. They're what bring us here and all over the country. You can check out our 2023 race schedule on the Formula One Powerboat Championships website. You can also find that on social media on our Facebook page as well as on YouTube. But let's take a look at the rest of the calendar for 2023. In 2023, we start here, as we do every year in the beautiful city of Port Neches, Texas, for the Port Neches Riverfest. Up next, we've got June 1st through the 3rd at Lake of the Ozarks for Loto Power Fest in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. Now that is a party. They call Lake of the Ozarks Hillbilly Hollywood, and it does not disappoint. It is an absolute blast. That'll be the round 2, the first weekend in June in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. Round 3 will be more of an exhibition for our APX 4-stroke motors. That'll be the Mercury Racing's 50th anniversary, August 11th through the 13th in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Then the following weekend, August 18th through the 20th, we're going to be in Windsor, Colorado for the River Roar. Then Labor Day weekend, we're going to be in Grove, Oklahoma for Boats, Beats, and Barbecue in Northeast Oklahoma. And we round out the season at the end of October at Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Again, all of our content is streamed live on our Facebook and our YouTube pages. So wherever you are across the world, whether you're watching on Facebook, watch out. Hey, drone guy, make the people out there throw up. Woo! Some crazy drone work, but honestly, amazing drone footage by the great folks at Live Race Media. But wherever you are across the world, make sure you find our YouTube channel, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Find us on Facebook. Smash that like button. Subscribe to our or Facebook page, and make sure you get all of our live racing feeds all season long. It looks like we had some issues there with the 12 of Sean Love. The Hoffman F1 composites designed so safely that when that airbag deploys, there are 2 hatches that pop up and allow the boat to fill with water so that the back of the boat sinks. The airbag rights the front of the boat, which is where the driver is in the cockpit, so that he stays dry and out of the water. Well, you can imagine if that inadvertently, that airbag blows, those hatches are going to blow. If those hatches blow and you slow down after the race, your boat's going to start taking on a lot of water. And that's exactly what happened to the number 12, Shane Love here. And joining me now is the man who took the opening qualifying heat in Group A here in the Formula One class. They call him the real deal. He's out of Spring, Texas, running for McLean Trailers, Roswell Marine Audio. And boy, Chris, you told me this was your year. We talked last weekend. You said, hey, the thing's in great shape. You came out, you laid a screaming fast sub 34 second. I think you were almost a half a second ahead of the rest of the field, and it sure showed out there in Heat 1. Boy, that's got to feel a good way to start, huh?
Yeah, it feels amazing, and I just want to say the people at Port Neches are amazing too. We appreciate everybody that came out. We put in a lot of work in this new moor.
Yeah.
And started back in October, and I mean, a lot of hours and everything, but it paid off today. I mean, it's running well. Just need to keep it running well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talk about that new moor. You put the moor through a weight loss program with a new hull, able to move that weight around, and it seems like being able to move that weight around has really allowed you to find that extra gear.
Yeah, I mean, balance is everything, and I've figured that out in the last couple of years. I mean, where you have your weight is critical, and I lost about 20 pounds just trying to move weight to the back on the last boat I had because I couldn't get rid of it anywhere else. But so it's incredible.
Now, you had a rearview mirror of Phase 3 performance the entire race. Probably going to expect that to be the same all weekend long. What do you and the rest of the Rinker Racing team over there at McLean Trailers and Gregory Law Firm got to do to try to bring home some hardware? Because I know this is a race that you've wanted to win real bad.
I mean, it's a tough battle. Jeremiah's good. You know, obviously my cousin Terry's done some incredible things in his career, and we just got to keep pushing, keep driving. Got a little choppy out there. You just got to kind of power through it and push through it and get the most you can out of the boat and hope it's enough.
Well, I know you got it. You can't finish first if you first don't finish, but you definitely started things off on the right foot. Congrats taking the checkered flag in Group A qualifying heat number 1.
Thanks. I appreciate it, Thomas.
All right, that's 52. Chris, the real deal Rinker, your winner in Group A qualifying heat number 1. We'll be right back with Group B qualifying heat number 1 here at the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship season. It's the Port Neches Riverfest, downtown Port Neches, Texas.
All right, race fans, we're about ready to get rock and rolling here for Group B's qualifying heat number 1 here at the Port Neches Riverfest, round 1 of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. On the pole here for Heat 2, the second fastest lap in time trials this morning with the APX 200 competition Mercury 4-stroke on the back. None other than the man we used to call hashtag not a rookie. Out of Monrovia, California, number 93, running for Chuck Skelton Racing, R.J. West. Second off the start pontoon here in Group B, Heat 1, out of Nashville, Tennessee, running for Anderson Marine, number 17, Dylan Anderson. We call him Mike Honcho because he's got a sweet mustache. Third off the start pontoon, another APX competition 4-stroke. That's the Ameristar Roofing number 190, the Dustman out of Houma, Louisiana, Dustin Terry. Fourth off the start pontoon, they call him the Pickle. He hails from the great state of Michigan, out of Lapeer, Michigan, running for Races Extreme. Gytech Power Sports, Hangar 24, at Erie Marine Supply, number 71, Jimmy Kerr. Fifth off the start pontoon, out of the Woodlands, Texas, running for Fleming Manufacturing, number 9, Johnny Fleming. Sixth off the start pontoon, out of Florida, running for Buckshot Racing and the Buckshot Cleaver, number 77, Mike Quindazzi. Behind him, seventh off the start pontoon, they call him Rude Jude. Number 70, out of Conroe, Texas, running for Gaspard Brothers Racing, number 70, Mr. Jude Gaspard. Eighth off the start pontoon, in that 09 Seabold Design Formula One hull, running for JH Performance Boats and Craftsman, Whitney Terry Fletcher. Ninth off the start pontoon, he probably won't start there long. He was super fast, however, he's a rookie. We call him hashtag not a rookie. He's joining the group with our pole sitter here in Group B. He is a multi-winning unlimited hydroplane driver, moving into the ranks of Formula One powerboats here, doing split duty between the H1 Unlimited Series and the F1 Powerboat Championship Series in 2023. Out of Canton, Michigan, running for Phenom Ventures, number 14, Andrew Tate. And rounding out the field bookends here in Group B's qualifying Heat 1, the other half of the Chuck Skelton Racing team, out of Monrovia, California, number 92, Dean Comer. And that's our grid here for Group B qualifying. First heat of 3 here at the opening round of the 2023 season. We got them lined up and ready to go, just waiting to make sure that everybody's lined up properly. We get word from, looks like we got a cowling that has come off. The 92 of Dean Comer looks like he might be getting some help there from one of our Formula Lights drivers. Our rescue crew was able to bring back that rear cowling. It blew off during his hot lap. Hey, Dean, you got to latch the rear cowling to the boat. Otherwise, it will blow off when you're doing 100-plus miles an hour. I know you're a rookie, but these are things that you'll learn over time. Well, I guess he's glad he probably got it out of the way now versus during the middle of the race. All right, we got a test flag going up. All right, we've got the test flag up so these drivers can see where that starter's flag is going to come from. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, just about ready. 1 minute, drivers, 1 minute. The man on the pole. His tests more than anybody. He is an absolute force when it comes to getting his machine ready for the season. The number 93 of R.J. West. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. The runner-up in the season standings in 2022. Second off the dock, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. Then it's the 190 of Dustin Terry coming third. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Fifth off the dock, the Pickle, the 71 of Jimmy Kerr. Then it's the 9 of Johnny Fleming and the 77 of Mike Quindazzi. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Then it's Jude Gaspard, the 09 of Whitney Terry Fletcher, the 14 of Andrew Tate, and the 92 of Dean Comer. Let's see what happens. Heat 1, Group B, 20 seconds. You're under starters orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag, and they come roaring off the beach. Great jump there by the 17 of Dylan Anderson, as well as the 9 of Fleming and the 71 of Jimmy Kerr. Those two APX four-strokes struggling a little bit to get off the dock. That's their knock so far. They're just not as quick off the start pontoon. Let's see what happens as they go down into the middle of the course. Wide to the outside, there's the 17 of Anderson. Great jump there by the 71 of Jimmy Kerr, the Pickle. He might move his way all the way up in a second. What a great move there by the 71 of Jimmy Kerr. The Pickle moves from 5th to 2nd on the start pontoon, and he's got that thing screaming. But out in front right now, the man who started 2nd off the dock, the 17 of Dylan Anderson's pushing hard. Can he come from 2nd off the start pontoon and take this thing wire to wire as we started lap 1 here in this 8 minutes, plus 1 lap, Group B, first heat qualifier. The 93 of RJ West now sitting back in 3rd. There you can see overhead that 93 on the back of the engine cowling. He's pushing hard. That thing's got some scary top-end speed. Will he be able to drag race these guys down the front stretch and still navigate the tight turns here on the Neches River as he comes out of turns 3 and 4? There's the 71 of Jimmy Kerr sitting in 2nd place. But, boy, what a lead now by the 17 of Dylan Anderson, the young man from Nashville, Tennessee. Took 2nd in 2022 in the series standings. Look at him come tight off that turn, going short way around the course. He knows that those APX competition four-strokes struggle in the corners, and he's using that to his advantage. As there's the 17 of Anderson. Now here comes the 2nd place boat. That's a 71 of Jimmy Kerr. There's the 93 of West. And now moved up to 4th position here is the 190 of Dustin Terry, and he starts to creep in on the 93 of RJ West. We've got 2 APX four-stroke Mercury Racing engines on the back, duking it out as they roll down the front straightaway, down into turn number 1. On the inside, it's the 93 of West. That's not where he wants to be with that four-stroke motor. He wants to be outside in lanes 2 or 3. On his outside hip there is the 190 of Dustin Terry. Now here's the 71 of Jimmy Kerr, the man sitting in 2nd place. And he's got to watch out because his rearview mirror is about to fill up with the 93 of RJ West. But can anybody catch the man out in front, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, as he makes his way through turn 4, now heading back south down the front stretch. As he pushes it hard down the front straightaway, here comes the 71 of Jimmy Kerr there in 2nd. Then it's the 93 of RJ West, followed by the 190 of Dustin Terry as they continue to fight down the front straightaway. Sitting in 5th position, the 70 of Jude Gaspard, followed by the 77 of Mike Quindazzi, and the 14 of Andrew Tate starting to work his way up through the field here as he gets by the 92 of Dean Comer. What happened to the 9 of Johnny Fleming? Where did the 9 of John? Oh, there he is. Johnny Fleming is up there, in 5th position. He's moved up quite a few spots right on the tail of the 190 of Dustin Terry. But there's our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, getting by the 09 of Whitney Terry Fletcher. There's 93 of RJ West, who's sitting there in 3rd position. And there's the 190 of Dustin Terry sitting back in 4th, trying to fight for every inch he can to try to get by the 93 of West. Oh, he might make a move right here. He goes down tight to the inside after a little bit of a hiccup there in the 93 of West, but he's got to cross through the wake and go back wide to the outside, which scrubs off some speed and opens that gap back up between the Houma, Louisiana native there from that overhead shot and the 93 of RJ West. Oh, no. We lost the 71 of Jimmy Kerr. The 71 of Jimmy Kerr goes dead in the water down to the north end of the course. What an unfortunate turn of events for the man out of Lapeer, Michigan. He was absolutely strolling, sitting in 2nd position. Came from 4th off the start pontoon, but now it looks like he might have some motor issues, and that thing is DOA, dead in the water, just inside of turn number 3. But that's exactly what the 17 of Dylan Anderson was looking for. His crew chief is telling him, hey, man, you got a big gap now. Just keep this thing on cruise control. He knows these guys are going to be coming for him, but he's got a big lead right now. There you see the 17 of Anderson. Right before that was the 9 of Johnny Fleming, who's now moved up 1 spot into 4th position. Can he get on the podium here in qualifying Heat 1? He's got to track down the 190 of Dustin Terry. There's the 190 of Dustin Terry fighting hard in 3rd position with the 93 of RJ West, and the 9 of Johnny Fleming starting to gain some ground as they go down the front stretch, down into the south end of the course in turn 1. Fleming's got an advantage as he can go tight to the inside, but he chooses to go outside. Now there you see the 190 of Terry. Knife down to the inside, trying to close the gap between him and the 93 of RJ West as they push their way north up the Neches River into turns 3 and 4. Terry going wide off at turn 3 now, like really trying to keep up those RPMs as he screams it down the back straightaway, slamming his foot into the throttle. 95, 100, 105, 110, 115 miles an hour as he makes his way down the front stretch. Trying to get word from crew for the 71, Jimmy Kerr. Looks like it was a motor issue there. Obviously, they're going to have to get back and reassess after this heat. There you see him sitting lid open in the infield just on the north end of the course there. But look at this battle we got going on between the 93 of RJ West and the 190 of Dustin Terry, and the 9 of Johnny Fleming starting to get himself in the conversation. But it is all Dylan Anderson right now. He's got that thing strolling. As there's the 190 of Dustin Terry moving off of turn number 2, heading back north. But look at the 9 of Fleming. If he has enough time, he very well could catch the Houma, Louisiana native running for Ameristar Roofing. But will he have enough time here in this 8 minutes plus 1 lap? First of 3 qualifying heats here in Group B. There's the 9 of Fleming now. He can go tight, but he's choosing to go wide, trying to find that clean water. That's the problem. You got the 93 of West in lane 1, the 190 of Terry in lane 2. So he's got to move out to lane 3, and they're all so close that he can't get that clean water on the inside until about halfway down the straightaway. He's now moved back to the inside as he continues to battle. Here might be a move. He goes tight to the inside. Off of turn 1, but he gets caught up in the wash of the 190 of Dustin Terry. Just can't seem to find that right line in and out of the corners to gain the ground necessary to catch the young man from Houma, Louisiana, who sits in third. Dylan Anderson just all by his lonesome there, about a half a straightaway ahead, almost a complete straightaway ahead of the rest of the field. He has really got it dialed in, and he's going to be a tough competitor all weekend long. Look at him set it wide there, the number 9 of Johnny Fleming. There's the 190 overhead shot of Dustin Terry running that tribute boat to Bill Siebold. His true number on the series is the 03 that he's run for the last handful of seasons, but wanted to go with the tribute scheme here for the opening round with that Ameristar on the side, that blue, orange, and red trimmed black beauty that the 190 of Bill Siebold ran to hundreds of victories throughout the 60s and 70s for the Mercury Racing Team. Oh, and there goes that's the 92 of Dean Comer now getting caught up in the wash. He's got a teammate's already been able to get by him. Now the 190 of Dustin Terry looking to get by him as they go down the front straightaway through the chicane. But boy, Comer's got some really good speed down the straightaways. Looks like those corners are a little bit more difficult for him to navigate. Then there's the 9 of Johnny Fleming. Comer stays out of the way. That's not what the 9 of Fleming wanted. He was hoping Dean Comer would get totally in the way of the 190 of Dustin Terry and give him time to close that gap. As this battle continues down the backstretch, there's the 92 going way wide. There's a 190 of Dustin Terry, and boy, he's full of the 9 of Fleming. There's our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, way out in front right now. Kind of got it in cruise control. Now he's looking to get by the 77 of Mike Quindazzi down on the north end. Of course, he's lapped a couple of boats, the only driver to put any other boat a lap down, as he's looking to get by Quindazzi as well as the 70 Gaspard. He knows he's got to navigate these back markers very carefully, because one wrong move could end otherwise dominating performance here in Group B's qualifying heat number 1. That's the white flag is out for our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. As our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, he got the whole shot coming off the dock, powered his way down into the lead before the opening lap, and he's looking to run this thing wire to wire from second off the start pontoon. He goes wide out of turn number 4, continues to slide it wide and put it on its tail as he walks it down the front straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the checkered flag in Group B, Heat 1 out of Nashville, Tennessee, running for Anderson Marine. They call him Mike Honcho. He's none other than number 17, Dylan Anderson. And in second place, the number 93 of RJ West. And what happened to the 190 of Dustin Terry? Did he get by the 93 of RJ West and I missed it? No, he did not. Terry drops back to 4th position. The 190 of Dustin Terry goes dead in the water on the final lap, moving up to 3rd. A bit of good luck for the number 9 of Johnny Fleming. And then behind him, no surprise here, moving up into 4th, the number 14 of Andrew Tate. Another part of that contingency of what I like to call hashtag not a rookie. He's an accomplished H1 Unlimited driver, moving over to Formula One Powerboats as well as running H1 in 2023. He finishes that first heat in 4th position, followed by the number 70 of Jude Gaspard in 5th. In 6th position, the 77 of Mike Quindazzi, 7th, Dustin Terry, and then those 3 boats that got put a lap down, the 92 of Dean Comer in 8th, the number 9 of Jimmy Kerr, who blew a motor while sitting in 2nd position. Unfortunate turn of events for the La Pere, Michigan native, and then rounding out the field, the 09 of Whitney Terry Fletcher. Well, a bit of a contrasting style to Group B Heat 1 than we saw in Group A Heat 1. Dylan Anderson, a dominating performance. He had one man who was looking to really give him a run for his money, and unfortunately, due to some engine complications, that was all for naught for the 71 of Jimmy Kerr. But what a great heat it was. There you see the 09 of Whitney Terry Fletcher. We lost her and the 71 of Jimmy Kerr in the early parts of the race. Then we lost the 71 of the 190 of Dustin Terry in the late stages of Group B's first qualifying heat. Oh, boy. We've only got one qualifying heat in the F1 class, and I'm dang near spent for the day. You know what? I hope you guys aren't spent for the day, because there's a ton of great stuff to do here at the Port Neches Riverfest. The Amish donuts, I mean, I think I might have fallen in love with a donut, but I did. They're amazing. You got the great folks at Concessions Plus. They got Cajun pistolets, boudin balls, crawfish nachos, pork chops, shrimp, gator on a stick. You've got the folks over at Cooper Concessions. They've got floats, root beer floats, shakes, sundaes. They've got fresh limeade, fresh squeezed lemonade, and all sorts of great stuff over there. Don't forget to check out all the great folks at the Midway. They're serving all the great fair-style food here at the 2023 Port Neches Riverfest, the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series season. These local sponsors are unbelievable. First and foremost, they've been probably the longest-standing sponsor of the Riverfest, and they're an unbelievable sponsor. The great folks at Port Neches Federal Credit Union, they're here to serve you. With 8 locations in and around the greater Port Neches area, they're always nearby wherever you are in Southeast Texas. Federally insured by the NCUA, an equal housing lender. Check them out online at netchesfcu.org. They have this great N-Power program that teaches smart spending. So mom, dad, go down to Neches FCU and open up an account for the kiddo. Start putting the allowance money in that account. Start doing the things that, for a lot of us, we didn't learn in junior high and high school, right? Which was how to balance a checkbook, how to do those sorts of things. But the great folks at Port Neches Federal Credit Union are a big reason why we come here year in and year out. They're not only the only great sponsor. We've got tons: Dragon Industrial Wrap, Christus Health St. Elizabeth, ISS Leak Sealers, Del Papa Distributing, and Classic Chevrolet. But I've got to step away from thanking our sponsors, because I'm going to have an opportunity to chat with our winner from Group B, none other than Mike Honcho himself, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. All right, ladies and gentlemen, joining me now, the man from Nashville, Tennessee. Boy, Dylan, you came off like a rocket. I know you probably knew you had a bit of a jump on those APX 4-strokes off of the start pontoon, but you did exactly what you needed to do. Kind of ran that thing wire to wire. It's got to feel good to start off this way.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel any better. Coming off next to the 4-strokes, I knew I wanted to leave my inside guy a bit of a lane just in case it got hairy down at the first turn. And with the 4-stroke, every now and again, it gives you a reason to kind of need a little bit of room. So I hope they were happy, and I hope everybody else is happy, because I am.
Yeah, now let's talk about those first few laps. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, you get this lime green fill in your rearview mirrors. The 71 of Jimmy Kerr was strolling until he blew a motor on about lap 4. It's got to feel nice once you saw that happen to really kind of put things in cruise control once you had such a big lead.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt really good to be able to take it easy, especially with the wind picking up and it was getting a little choppy around. So not having to push hard definitely made it a lot safer, a lot easier. So.
Right on. Well, Group B was a knockdown Group A was a knockdown drag-out slobber knocker with guys all over one another. Bit of a different feel here in Group B. What are you going to need to do? Because it seems like those guys in Group A are going to be running that ragged edge out of nothing else, and they don't have a choice because of how heavy the competition is in Group A. But what do you got to do to tune yourself up for the main event tomorrow afternoon?
Same thing I always do. Just got a really good team, making sure the boat's ready to go. make sure I keep my head on straight and hit my buttons when I'm supposed to and keep the foot to the floor, I think we'll be okay.
Right on, the man with the most luscious mustache in all of the Formula One Powerboat Championships. Your winner in Group B's qualifying heat number 1, none other than number 17 at Dylan Anderson. Congrats, Dylan. Good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate you.
All right, that is the 17 of Dylan Anderson, the man who took Group B. Up next, we've got the Formula Lights on the water for their first of 3 qualifying heats, their first of 2 today. Let's see what's going to happen.
All right, race fans, coming up again, as I mentioned, the first of 3 qualifying heats in the Formula Lights class. But I want to get back to thanking the great folks that put on the Riverfest every year. I mean, you got live concerts Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I don't know if there's one Sunday. Again, I'm typically spent by the end of the day. And on Sundays, if there is a concert, I'm not making it. But, I mean, still, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 nights in a row. It's like a mini festival here in Port Neches, Texas. The great folks at the Port Neches Federal Credit Union. Again, surcharge-free ATMs. You shouldn't have to pay a fee on your own money. And check out their N-Power program that teaches smart spending and important skills to learn, earn, and save. Dragon Industrial Wrap, a professional engineering-designed carbon fiber wrap with a 2-part epoxy resin. Their carbon fiber kits reinforce piping and vessels to their design strength to prevent unplanned outages and prolong the lifespan of your equipment. Christus Health, St. Elizabeth. Your health, your life, our purpose. Leak Sealers has joined Industrial Specialty Services, creating the preeminent technical engineered service provider in the United States. Their impeccable safety record, engineering expertise, and fabrication capacity makes them the #1 provider of on-stream technical engineered services in the United States. Del Papa Distributing. Del Papa's distributing good name leaves a lasting legacy from a single grocery store to a distributorship spanning 17 counties and 375 employees. Del Papa Distributing have been delivering high-quality brands and service along the Gulf Coast of Texas for over 100 years. Committed to community, stylistic diversity, and quality, they are honored to serve a wide range of the highest quality brands of beer. And Classic Chevrolet. Texas is the largest state in the continental U.S., and they know you drive a lot. That's why they offer a variety of car-related services to the greater Beaumont, Port Neches, Port Arthur, and Groves communities. Whether you're interested in a new car, truck, SUV, or you need service on the vehicle you already own, they're here for you. Let Classic Chevrolet be your used car dealer, your new car depot, your service center, and more. And those are the great folks that help us out here every year and put on such an unbelievable event in Port Neches. Kicker Marine Audio has come on board as a new sponsor here in 2023. Living loud since 1973. If you're looking for new speakers on your boat, pontoon, or any watercraft vehicle, check them out at kicker.com. Moto Marketing Group. Moto Marketing Group provides award-winning advertising and strategic marketing solutions to any size company or team with a one-on-one service and consultative approach. Moto Marketing Group excels in racing and sports marketing, advertising, and design. They have the track record to prove it. From boats to cars to motorcycles, if it has an engine, they can make it scream. Seabold Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Seaway Marine, your one-stop dealership for current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts, specialize in hard-to-find, no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboard motors, as well as OMC, Merc Cruiser, and Volvo stern drives, as well as engine parts for Chris Craft. Seaway Marine operates out of a 2,000 square foot warehouse in the greater Seattle area, packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages a year all over the U.S. They provide same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Seaway's staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry with decades of experience. Seaway Marine prides itself in its excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. Check them out online at seawaymarine.com. VP Racing Fuels. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel sponsor of the Formula One Powerboat Championship. Learn more about Ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com. XL Sports, official apparel provider of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. XL Sports, your passion drives them to excel. JH Performance Boats, custom handcrafted shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. And Mercury Racing, committed to the pursuit of wide open, accept no boundaries, and accept no compromise, Mercury Racing. All right, our sponsors are where it's at. We love them. They take great care of us. We try to take great care of them. You can do us a favor and check out our sponsors. You're looking for a new audio system for your boat? Holler at the guys from Kicker. If you are looking for a new bay boat to go fishing for some redfish or for trout, check out JH Performance Boats and their shallow water bay boats. They are unbelievable. I don't think I have talked to a single owner of a JH Performance boat that doesn't just absolutely rave about their quality, their durability, and their ability to sneak into those 10 to 12 inch shallow areas where you know there's a big old school of redfish. JH Performance Boats, absolutely phenomenal. If you're looking for some new radios, if you do all different types of racing communications, they're the only choice we use for racing communications here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. XL Sports, unbelievable apparel for your youth team. If you race cars, if you race bikes, if you got your son's baseball team, their, I guess, football team. I don't know. You guys don't do hockey down here as much like we do in Minnesota. But check out XL Sports. Mercury Racing, if you're looking for a new motor, I mean, Mercury Racing may have not been the first four-stroke motor to the game, but I can tell you this. They do it the best. Hands down, no questions about it. There's nobody better than Mercury Racing. All right, looks like we're getting the boats lined up here for the first of 3 qualifying heats here in Formula Lights. A little bit smaller field, so we're running them all together. Let's take a look at that starting grid. All right, let's take a look at our starting lineup here in Formula Lights. Qualifying heat number 1. On the pole, they call him the Miami Madman. He now resides in Lutz, Florida. One half of the Mike Scott Plumbing Racing Team, number 21, Jose Mendaña Jr. Second off the start dock, your defending champion here at the Port Neches River Fest out of Greenfield, Wisconsin. Running for Pizza Inn, number 35, Mark Schmierbach. Third off the start pontoon, out of Atlanta, Georgia, in that Screaming Eagle racing machine. Running for Wyatt H. Nelson Architects, number 18, Jason Nelson. Fourth off the start pontoon out of Now Then, Minnesota. Running for Latitude Dispensaries and Peterson Racing. Extreme Paint, Auto Body and Marine, number 14, Tyler Peterson. Fifth off the start pontoon, the other half of the Mike Scott Plumbing Racing Team out of Ocala, Florida, in that chartreuse and blue Formula Light machine, number 26, Steve Lee. Sixth off the start pontoon, out of Santa Fe, Texas, running for Suncoast Marine Works, number 17, Chris Hughes. Behind the 17 of Hughes, next off the start pontoon, one half of the Liquid Revolutions Racing Team out of Port Charlotte, Florida. Number 66, Randy Barch. Behind him, out of Vienna, Austria, running for Macaulay and Son Racing, number 42, Hans Macaulay. And rounding out the field here, a couple of rookies. In that silver Mulligard for Mars Racing, out of out of Spring Branch, Texas, number 78, Marshall Gildermaster. And then rounding out the field here, just finally getting it in the water, another rookie out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, running for Clover Construction, number 24, Shelby Love. And after some technical difficulties way back on the end, after unable to qualify, out of Houston, Texas, number 2, Travis Thompson. That's the way our starting grid looks like here in qualifying heat number 1 for the Formula Lights class. Looks like the 24 Shelby Love having a bit of a difficulty getting that thing fired. Having all sorts of issues on the start on the boat ramp, trying to get that thing out. Hopefully she can get that thing under power and we can get ready to rock and roll here in Formula Lights. There we go. She finally gets it fired. She's going to go back to the end of the dock with that big orange X on the back of her Formula Light. Looks like she just cannot keep that darn thing started. Looks like they may just have to push her off the course, and she might have to sit and watch inside the cockpit of her Formula Light here for the first of 3 qualifying heats in Formula Lights. Just like we do in Formula One, we do 2 qualifying heats today, 1 qualifying heat tomorrow. All right, we got a test flag coming up here, so these Formula Lights know exactly where our starter is on the race course. We've got them lined up here, ready to go. We're just moments away from the 1-minute gun in our countdown here on this modified Le Mans start in the Formula Lights class, presented by Seaway Marine. Seaway Marine, the title sponsor for Formula Lights this year. What a great, by the great Giacomoto out of Seaway Marine. 1-minute drivers, 1 minute. Will, the man on the pole, come screaming off the dock and leave the rest of the field in its dust on his way to a wire-to-wire victory? We're going to have to find out. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. He looks to his right, and he knows he's going to have a battle on his hand with Pizza in on the side. The 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Could he win the opening qualifying hit? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or could the Screaming Eagle machine of 18 of Jason Nelson come off the dock like a rocket and capture the checkered flag here in Heat 1? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or could it be the 14 of Tyler Peterson, the 26 of Steve Lee, or the 17 of Chris Hughes? Let's find out who's going to take Heat 1. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters' orders. He drops the flag, and they come roaring off the beach. Let's see who's going to get the good jump here. Oh, what a great jump there. Was that by the 17 of Chris Hughes? Absolutely was. Sitting out there in 6th position. 78 of Marshall Gildermaster not getting off. What happened to the 21 of Jose Mendana? He's getting wadded up down to the inside. The 35 of Mark Schmierbach came off the dock perfectly, and he's got that clean line coming out of turns 3 and 4 on the north end of the course, running a shorter half-mile course here in the Formula Lights class as they come scooting down the front straight. But now we got a battle for second. The 21 of Mendana on the inside. The 18 of Nelson outside. They go deck to deck down into turn number 3. Oh, there's the 14 of Tyler Peterson trying to get into the conversation as he's going down tight to the inside in that all-composite Mola guard. But boy, Mendana and Nelson running wire to wire, deck to deck down the front stretch. Wyatt Nelson on the outside. Now the 21 of Mendana's got to go through the wake, and Nelson's moved up from 3rd to 2nd here in the opening lap of the first of 3 qualifying heats in Formula Lights. But it is all Mark Schmierbach right now as he's got that clean water, and that is bad for the rest of the field as that driver rarely relinquishes a lead when he gets the clean water. We'll have to see what happens here as we move through this first of 3 qualifying heats in Formula Lights. There's Schmierbach now going wide to the outside, keeping the RPMs up. Oh no, the 18 of Jason Nelson goes dead in the water. What happened to the 18 of Jason Nelson? He loses power coming out of turn number 2, and Mendana, the recipient, is able to move his way back up into 2nd position and push hard down through turns 3 and 4. Now he's got the tall task of tracking down the man from Wisconsin. You're defending Port Neches Riverfest and Formula One Powerboat Championship Series Formula Lights champion. Again, here in 2023, Formula Lights brought to you by Seaway Marine and Greg Jacobson and the great folks up there in Seattle. Your only place to get all of your hard-to-find parts for OMC, Chris Craft, Mercruiser, Volvo stern drives, and basically any old outboard you could ever find. Great Giacomoto and the folks at Seaway Marine sponsoring Formula Lights here this year. And it's all about Mark Schmierbach right now as he's got about a 6-boat length lead. The question is can he increase that lead, or will we see that gap close? There's the 17 of Chris Hughes, followed by the 26 of Steve Lee. There's our leader, the Pizza Inn machine, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. There's an overhead shot there of the 17 at Chris Hughes as he sits back in fourth position on the outside looking in on the podium here in qualifying Heat 1. Can he catch the 14 of Peterson, or will Peterson be able to get by the 21 of Mendana? Looks like the 24 of Shelby Love finally able to get that Clover Construction Formula Light under power. She makes her way onto the course a lap and a half down. There's the 66 of Randy Parch there sitting back in 7th place. There's 14 of Tyler Peterson. That all red Latitude Dispensary sponsored machine, along with Extreme Paint Auto Body and Marine, out of Nowland, Minnesota, pushing hard down the front stretch, trying to catch the Miami Madman, the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr., who laid down the fast lap, but really struggled getting off the beach. Oh, Peterson's now looks like he's losing power. Oh, man, he went real slow down into turn 1. I don't know if he caught a roller and was trying to save that thing from going over down there, but he gave up a ton of room to the 21 of Mendana. There's the 21 of Mendana continuing to push hard. Trying to hug real tight to that buoy and go short way around the course. He knows he's got to find anything and everything in his arsenal to close the gap on him and the 35 of Schmierbach as he goes down into turn number 3, sticking about a lane off the buoy there, but staying inside the 35 of Schmierbach. You notice Schmierbach staying about 2 lanes wide, just running a nice big oval. He knows he's got the top speed. He doesn't have to go pin to pin. He's going to dictate where the 21 of Mendana goes on the race course. Now he hugs it tight on the entrance pin. That's going to force Mendana to go through the wash. That's going to slow him down, which is exactly what the 35 of Schmierbach wants in the corners. Right? As long as he can scrub off that speed in the corners, it allows Schmierbach to get up to top speed while the 21 of Mendana is kind of mired there in the corners, spinning through all that churned up water. And it opens up that gap. We see that thing does close down the straightaways as Mendana may have the straightaway speed, but he makes the corners so difficult for the young man out of Miami that I don't know if he's going to be able to catch this cagey veteran from Wisconsin. He just always has an answer for everything that any driver does. There's a 3 wide shot as we see the 24 of Shelby Love, the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster trying to get out of the way there as the 35 of Mark Schmierbach is getting caught up. This could be exactly what the 21 of Mendana wants, or it could really hurt him as the 78 of Gildermaster holds it tight to the inside. That's forcing Mendana to get through the wash on the 35 of Schmierbach. Nice job there by a rookie. There you see her go by the 24 Shelby Love, staying wide to the outside, had some motor issues, put her a lap and a half, 2 laps down before she even got on the race course. So she's just trying to, again, gain some experience, log some laps here, and just keep the boat upright and dry. And she's got her father, defending series champion in Formula 1 class, Spencer Love, on her radio, giving her all those years of advice. 21 of Mendana now real tight with the 14 of Tyler Peterson as those two are starting to do battle, and we may not see that battle for first and second come to fruition, but we might see a great battle for second and third between the 14 of Tyler Peterson and the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. This Formula Lights class brought to you by Seaway Marine here in 2013. Check them out at SeawayMarine.com. Seaway Marine, your first call or text for all your marine parts needs. As there's the 66 of Randy Parch, the Liquid Molly sponsor out of Port Charlotte, Florida. He's sitting back in 6th or 7th position here in Formula Lights. Is struggling a little bit. He said he was down on RPMs, couldn't figure it out. You see the 14 of Peterson just get buried in the wash of the 21 of Mendana. Mendana's walking him all over the course because for whatever reason, Mendana just does not have his best stuff today, and Peterson's got a scary fast boat. We saw it last year. He did so well in the back half of the season. He finished 3rd in points. Almost blew it over twice as well. Now he's going to try to make the move down tight to the inside off turns 3 and 4 here on the final lap. White flag is out. Go fast, turn left. Just a couple more times for our man out in front, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. But what a veteran move there by the 21 of Mendana as he chops off the 14 of Peterson. Can he hold him off down into turns 3 and 4? He's on his outside hip. Oh, he makes the move and he hits a buoy. Tyler Peterson takes the buoy. He went for broke and it cost him dearly. He hammers the buoy in turn 3. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner here in Group in qualifying heat number 1 in Formula Lights, the number 35 of Mark Schmierbach, followed by the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. And I don't think he popped the buoy, which means he may not incur a penalty. So I think still sitting in 3rd will be the 14 of Tyler Peterson, followed by the 17 of Chris Hughes. Good battle there. Right behind him in 5th position, the 26 of Steve Lee. Then it's the 2 of Travis Thompson, the 42 of Hans McCauley, the 66 of Randy Parch, the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster, the 24 of Shelby Love, and the one who really took a bath there in Heat 1 is the man you see coming across the screen now. He was cruising, and he had some issues with the motor there. Cost him dearly in the opening qualifying heat in Formula Lights, the number 18 of Jason Nelson. All right, after talking to the crew chief for the 18 of Jason Nelson, looks like it could be better than we expected. At first we thought it was a blown motor, but he's able to get that boat back under power and get it to the trailer. So it may be some sort of throttle cable issue or something along those lines. All right, and just got reminded, you think I'm from Minnesota, he's from Minnesota, I'd get it right. But there are a lot of really small towns in Minnesota. I apologize to the 14 of Tyler Peterson. He is from Stacy, Minnesota, not Now Then. Yeah, that's right. In Minnesota, we have a town called Now Then. We all have our weird towns in every state. All right, well, yeah, and it looks like we've got a replay of that last-ditch effort there by the 14 of Tyler Peterson. For those of you watching, if you want to see the replay here live in Port Neches, jump on Facebook or YouTube, find the F1 Powerboat Championship page, smash that like button, subscribe our channel. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about here as we're going to put it up on the screen. Let's take a look at the risky move that didn't pan out for the 14 of Tyler Peterson. You can see he's on the outside hip, and he knows he's got one last, and he tried to hammer it down inside. And I think he clipped the buoy, but I don't think he dislodged the buoy, which astounds me. I've got to wait to hear from Chief Referee Doug Ray if he's going to incur a penalty. But how you hammer two buoys dead center, don't cut the rope, don't pop the buoy, and still end up rolling your way to a third-place finish. Hey, I don't know how it rolls, but I'll take it. Right, I just got word from Chief Referee Doug Ray. Damaged, dislodged, or destroyed. He hit it dead on the nuts, but he didn't damage it, he didn't destroy it, and he didn't dislodge it. So he holds on to third place, but that's the kind of risky moves that you love to see from a young driver like that. He knows that he's got one last end of the course to make a move, and he made the move and held on to that third position. And boy, is the 21 of my Jose Mendana Jr. glad that move didn't work out for him. All right, well, we're going to have a bit of a river break here, hoping to have an opportunity to chat with the 35 of Mark Schmierbach once he gets out of the cockpit on his victory here in the opening heat of the Formula Lights class in qualifying. You got a break here. Go swing by the F1 Powerboat Championship merch tent if you're here in Port Neches. We've got Riverfest shirts. We've got series shirts. We've got hats. We've got visors. If you're looking for a clean, sleek look, we got those. If you're looking for a loud and in-your-face shirt, we got those too. It's some great swag, some awesome stuff brought by our apparel provider, Axel Sports. Go out there, get a shirt. Who knows? Make your way down near the pits. Maybe you'll get a sweet autograph or two from all the phenomenal drivers here in all three classes of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. So we're going to have a quick river break, and then we're going to bring back more of those Texas Tri-Hulls. We've got our final qualifying heats in F1. We've got our final qualifying heats in Formula Lights. We're halfway through our jam-packed day of Saturday racing action here at the Port Neches Riverfest. It's the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championships, and we wouldn't be here without our series sponsors. And this last class, not only is he a series sponsor, but he stepped up to be a class sponsor as well, sponsoring the Formula Lights in 2023 Seaway Marine. The owner and operator's name's Greg Jacobson. I was told, and unfortunately I never got the explanation why, that my father, longtime tunnel boat race announcer Walt Yarbrough, gave him the nickname the Great Jacomoto. Maybe it's because he deals with motors every day and his last name's Jacobson. But, Greg, hopefully you're watching in Seattle. We appreciate you taking care of the Formula Lights classes. You are the preeminent part provider for all of your current and vintage outboards and stern drive parts. They are your one-stop shop. They specialize in hard to find and no longer available new to old. They specialize in hard-to-find, no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, Chrysler outboard motors, as well as OMC, Merc Cruiser, and Volvo stern drives, and engine parts for Chris Crafts. They operate out of a 60,002 square foot warehouse. They ship over 100,000 packages a year. They've got current OEM parts. They've got all the aftermarket stuff. If you need a boat part, they are the one to go to. They provide same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Their staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry with decades of experience. Seaway prides themselves in excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. All right. Well, we thank the great folks at Seaway Marine.
Joining me now is the man who took the checkered flag there in qualifying heat number 1. Boy, Mark, it just seems whenever you come to Port Neches, checkered flags come in droves.
I hope it keeps on, but that was a really tough race. It's really rough out there. Hats off to my crew and my major sponsor here, Pizza Inn.
Yeah, Pizza Inn with you many years, and they stay with you on the side of the boat throughout the season. You brought back the 2022 Formula Lights Championship here to Port Neches to celebrate this year with them from last year after you won the series championship. What's it like to have a great sponsor from here in Port Neches travel with you around the country?
You wouldn't believe what that does for the team morale. You know, we got shirts, we got hats. It just makes you want to do good for the sponsor. And when you show up here, and this is a really cool place. Look at the venue, look at the crowd. I love Port Neches, my best race course.
And let's talk about that start there. You were second. Jose clipped you right at the last second in this morning's time trials. And, boy, it just seems like either he didn't have it or you had every bit of it coming off that dock because you just came out of there like a rocket.
Well, we changed a few things after that qualifying heat. I was a little too stiff in the turns. So I put we went up. And it seemed to work a lot better.
Yeah, now the one thing we got to watch out for is that young man that gave you fits at the end of last year. Looks like he's going to be giving you guys fits again. Talk about that number 14, Tyler Peterson. Looks like he's going to move up in the ranks and be a tough competitor up there with you, Jose, Jason Nelson, and the like.
Well, what's really cool is he's a nice young man, and we also have a new flavor with a different European boat in here. So it just makes our class just that much more competitive and makes it grow. It's really cool.
Awesome, sir. Well, hey, we'll let you get back. Maybe grab a slice or two of pizza and fill that belly so you can be ready and raring to go for qualifying heat number 2 later on this afternoon.
Thanks a lot. I'll be here.
Congratulations. That's the number 35 of Mark Schmierbach, your winner in the opening qualifying heat for Formula Lights. We'll be right back after a quick river break with more racing action and the conclusion of Tri-Hull qualifying. The second qualifying heat for Group A and B in Formula 1 and the second qualifying heat for Formula Lights. Here it's day 1 of the Port Neches Riverfest, the opening round of the 2023 Formula 1 Powerboat Championships.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car, tow vehicle, or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute. With our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
All right, race fans, sorry about that. Yours truly was trying to just get a bit of grub there. Got a little bit behind, but we've got the second qualifying heat here in Texas Tri-Hall out in front. The 13 at Grant Schubert, followed by the 33 at Chris Kiefer. As they go down into the south end of the course, there's the 42 of Wyatt Zeller sitting in third on his outside hip. The 52 of Tanner Rinker looking to make a move as they go side by side down the front back straightaway. Behind him, the 63 of Aaron Green, the 69 of Cole Mullet Waring. And our leader, our winner from Heat 1, the 17 of Neil Marsh. He's got to go all the way through the field. We do in Tri-Hall like we do in all our classes. We flip that script, worst to first, first to worst. So after a rough go in heat number 1, the 13 of Grant Schubert with that 4-stroke Mercury on the back is looking to run that clean water to victory here in qualifying heat number 2. Our leader, the 13 of Grant Schubert, continuing to open up a lead over the 33 of Chris Kiefer. Chris Kiefer coming out of turn number 2. Then we see the third place boat, the 42 of Wyatt Zeller, followed by the 52 of Tanner Rinker and the 37 of Mason Rinker. The brothers doing battle down the front stretch. But sneaking up on them is the 17 of Neil Marsh, who's made his way from outside of row 6. Starting last here in heat number 2, and he's moved his way all the way up to 4th position. He gets by, though the Rinker brothers slammed into one another. Tanner says, "What are you doing, brother? You just took me out, man." The Rinker brothers doing battle down in the south end of the course, took them both out of the race. And the 17 of Neil Marsh is now up in 4th position. He is on a mission to try to go back-to-back heat wins here in Texas Tri-Hall. There we can see, the 37 of Mason Rinker still wild and all over the place. There's the 10 of Jerry Rinker. The 52 of Darren Ware coming on the start-finish line, doing battle with the 88 of Josh Wells. The 52 of Tanner Rinker looks like he's still dead in the water down the south end of the course. That was the name of the game for him in the opening round of the Texas Tri-Hall Division last weekend in Freeport, Texas. He's had some crazy speed, but it seemed like electrical gremlins plagued him all weekend long. I don't know if this was electrical gremlins or it could have been the massive hit he took from his teammate and brother, the 37 of Mason Rinker. But it is all the number 13 at Grant Schubert right now. We see there's the 37 of Mason Rinker making a move, trying to get up on top of the 88 of Josh Wells and the 54 of Darren Ware, trying to move himself back up into contention. And let's take a look at this battle. We got brewing for third place with the white flag out. We've got on the inside, it's the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. On the outside, it's the 17 of Neil Marsh. As they go down to the north end of the course, as we are up on the white flag, go fast, turn left, just one more lap for our leader, the 13 of Grant Schubert. But can the 17 of Neil Marsh get up on the podium from last off the start pontoon as they go down the front stretch? On the inside, it's the dude. On the outside, it's Wyatt Zeller. Can he make the move and make it stick down to the south end of the course? He goes tight into turn number 2. Douses down the 42 of Zeller, and he makes the move. What a great pass there by the 17 of Neil Marsh. Can he hang on to the podium here on the final lap? As our leader walks it out of the north end of the course, taking the checkered flag in qualifying heat number 2 out of Richmond, Texas. Number 13, Grant Schubert. Running in second, the number 33 of Chris Kiefer, and rounding out the top 3 coming from last off the start, the number 17, Neil Marsh. What a battle that was, even if yours truly was just a bit late to the game. I apologize for that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here in Port Neches or wherever you are across the world, I do apologize. But nonetheless, a great battle in Texas Tri-Hall like we always do here on the shores of the Neches River. The dude, Neil Marsh, gaining some unbelievable points after a win in Heat 1. A great resurgence there by our winner. There you see him there, the 13 at Grant Schubert. He's got that 4-stroke Mercury on the back of his Texas Tri-Hall. We'll have a chance to chat with the young man out of Richmond, Texas. Looks like that boat in a lot better shape than it was last weekend. He was real frustrated with the attitude of that boat last weekend, and it did not want to do anything
that he asked of it. Looks like he's got that thing dialed in and figured out here for round 2 here at the Port Neches River Fest. We've wrapped up 2 of 4 qualifying heats here in the Formula Lights class. Up next, we've got the Formula Lights coming back out on the water for their second qualifying heat. And then we're going to round things out for this jam-packed day of Saturday racing with Group A and Group B qualifying heat number 2 in Formula One. Well, you got a quick few minutes while we're reloading the boats for the Formula Lights class. Go check out the Formula One Powerboat Championship merch tent down here just outside the pits, just in front of the pavilion. They've got great swag from not only for here just at the Port Neches River Fest. We made shirts, hats, and apparel for just the River Fest. We've also got great series swag. We've got tank tops, we've got visors, we've got hats, we've got patches. You name it, we got it. Make sure you don't leave the Port Neches River Fest without your bit of swag from the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. You can find all of the rest of our schedule and everything that has to do with the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series on our Facebook page at F1 Powerboat Championship, or on Instagram at F1 Powerboat Championship. And also our live stream on our YouTube channel, as well as on Facebook. You can find us on YouTube at F1 Powerboat Championship. Make sure you smash that subscribe and that like button to get all notifications and updates throughout the season. All right, we've got the tri-hulls out, and we've got our man
All right, race fans. Well, I apologize. Looks like we had a technical difficulty on my microphone for the interview with Grant Schubert. But to give you a recap, for those of you here locally, Grant's still struggling with that Texas Tri-Hull. It's got a new 4-stroke on the back. It was coming apart on him last weekend at the opening round the Tri-Hulls had in Freeport, Texas. He's got it figured out a little bit more. I think he said the biggest thing for him in that second qualifying heat was the fact that he was able to get out in front and get some clean water. So he knows he's got a tall task ahead of him, especially with the 17 and Neil Marsh way out in front with points with a first and a third. And it's always fun, and it's going to be real interesting what happens throughout the rest of the Texas Tri-Hull racing here this weekend in Port Neches. All right, our series sponsors that help us get wherever we are throughout our 2023 season, whether it's in Port Neches like we are this weekend or here in a few weeks. First weekend in June, we're going to be at Lake of the Ozarks for the Lodo Power Fest. It's Mercury Racing. Mercury Racing, committed to the pursuit of wide open, accept no boundaries, and accept no compromise. Seabold Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Axel Sports, official apparel provider of the Formula One Powerboat Championship. Your passion drives us to excel. VP Racing Fuels. VP Racing Fuels has been the choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. The official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championships. Check them out at vpracingfuels.com. Racing Communications. They're radios for racing. Kicker Marine Audio. Living loud since 1973. Find everything you need to live loud at kicker.com. Moto Marketing Group. Moto Marketing Group provides award-winning advertising and strategic marketing solutions to any size company or team with one-on-one service and consulting. Moto Marketing Group excels in racing and sports marketing, advertising and design. They have the track record to prove it. From boats to cars and motorcycles, if it has an engine, they can make it scream. Seaway Marine. Your one-stop dealership for current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts. They specialize in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, Chrysler, as well as OMC, Merc Cruiser, and Volvo stern drives, and engine parts for Chris Crafts. Seaway Marine operates out of a 62,000 square foot warehouse that's packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages a year all over the United States. They provide same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Their staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry with decades of experience. They pride themselves in excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. Online at seawaymarine.com. Our Formula Lights title sponsor here in 2023. Great to have the folks from Seaway Marine on board again here in 2023. And the Riverfest wouldn't go on without all the awesome local sponsors that we have here from the Port Neches Riverfest. The main sponsor and an unbelievable and diligent sponsor they have been for many years, the Port Neches Federal Credit Union. Check out their Empower program, teaching smart spending and important skills to learn, earn, and save. Anyone over the age of 8 can have the powerful Neches debit card with rewards. So mom, dad, start putting that allowance money in the bank with Port Neches Federal Credit Union and empower them to learn, earn, and save. Christus Health, St. Elizabeth. Your health, your life, our purpose. Classic Chevrolet. Texas is the largest state in the U.S., and they know you drive a lot. That's why they offer a variety of car-related services to the greater Beaumont, Port Neches, Groves, and Port Arthur community. Whether you're interested in a new car, truck, or SUV, or service on the vehicle you already own, they're here for you. Let Classic Chevrolet be your used car dealer, new car depot, service center, and more. ISS Leak Sealers. Leak Sealers is joined with Industrial Specialty Services, creating the preeminent technical engineered service provider in the United States. Their impeccable safety record and engineering expertise and fabrication capacity make them the #1 provider of on-stream technical engineered services in the United States. Dragon Industrial Wrap. A professional engineering design carbon fiber wrap with a 2-part epoxy resin. Their kits reinforce piping and vessels
to their design strength to prevent unplanned outages and prolong the lifespan of your equipment. Del Papa Distributing. Del Papa's Distributing good name leaves a lasting legacy. From a single grocery store to a distributorship spanning 17 counties and 375 employees, Del Papa Distributing has been delivering high-quality brands and service along the Gulf Coast of Texas for over 100 years. Committed to community, stylistic diversity, and quality, they are honored to serve a wide range of the highest quality brands of beer. And those are the great local sponsors here at the Port Neches Riverfest that allow these multi-day concerts and these unbelievable Formula One Powerboat Championship Series races to go on year in and year out here on this beautiful Gulf Coast community. We've got the Formula Lights getting fired up and in the water here. And we're going to be right back with more Formula Lights racing here in their second qualifying heat. Here it's Saturday qualifying racing at the 2023 Port Neches Riverfest. So you got a few minutes. Make sure you swing down and get yourself an ice-cold lemonade, limeade, from the folks at Cooper Concessions. There's those Amish donuts that are out of this world, delicious. You can check out the folks at Concessions Plus. They've got the pork chop, shrimp, and gator on a stick, boudin balls, crawfish nachos, Cajun pistolets. And then the Cooper Concessions has got shakes, floats, sundaes, the lemonades that I already talked about. A bunch of great vendors here that keep everybody's bellies full and their whistles wet here in this hot and humid Saturday afternoon on the shores of the Neches River. We're going to get these drivers lined up and on the dock for their second heat here in Formula Lights. We'll be right back with more racing action.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car, tow vehicle, or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute. With our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
All right, race fans, we've got most of the boats lined up here on the start pontoon for the second qualifying heat here in the Formula Lights class. Again, we're going to do in Formula Lights like you're going to see later on in Formula One, like we did just a few minutes ago in Texas Tri-Hall. We call it flipping the script, first to worst, worst to first. So the man on the pole here in qualifying heat number 2 out of Port Charlotte, Florida, running for Liquid Molly, the number 66 of Randy Parch. Second off the start dock out of Vienna, Austria, running for Macaulay and Son Racing, the number 42 of Hans Macaulay. Third off the start pontoon out of Houston, Texas, running for Thompson Racing, the number 2 of Travis Thompson. Fourth off the start pontoon out of Santa Fe, Texas, running for Suncoast Marine Works, number 17, Chris Hughes is fifth. Fourth off the start pontoon is one half of the Mike Scott Plumbing Racing Team. Out of Ocala, Florida, the number 26 is Steve Lee. Then the 17 of Chris Hughes, followed by the man who took third in Heat 1, despite the fact that he slammed into a buoy on the second to last turn of the race. Out of Stacy, Minnesota, running for Latitude Dispensaries, Extreme Paint, Auto Body and Marine, and Peterson Racing, the number 14 of Tyler Peterson. Second, right behind him, second in Heat 1, the other half of the Mike Scott Plumbing Racing Team out of Lutz, Florida. We call him the Miami Madman, originally from the greater Miami area. Number 21, Jose Mendana Jr. And your winner from Heat number 1, who's not last off the dock, but third to last off the dock because we got a couple of rookies. Rookies always go to the back. That's the man running for Pizza Inn here in beautiful Port Neches out of Greenfield, Wisconsin, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. And then we've got our rookies, the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster and the 24 of Shelby Love. One minute, drivers, 1 minute. Will the 66 of Randy Parch figure out the things that plagued him in heat number 1 and shoot off the dock to that top spot here in qualifying heat number 2? 50 seconds, drivers. Or will the Vienna native be able to bring home some hardware here in that second qualifying heat, the 42 of Hans Macaulay? Or could it be the 2 of Travis Thompson? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or could Steve Lee, the other half of the Mike Scott Plumbing Team, find victory here in Heat 2? Or could it be Chris Hughes? Maybe Tyler Peterson? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will the likes of Jose Mendana Jr. and Mark Schmierbach come from the back of the pack and storm through to take Heat number 2? Let's find out here. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starter's orders. He drops the flag real quick here in Formula Lights. They come roaring off the dock. The 26 of Steve Lee gets a good jump. So does the 42 of Hans Macaulay. Let's see what's going to happen as they go through the middle course. Nice run there by the 17 of Chris Hughes as well. Oh, no, the 66 of Parch is getting squeezed out. So is the 42 Macaulay. Oh, we got a big melee down there in the far end of the course. The 17 of Chris Hughes gets absolutely T-boned by the 14 of Tyler Peterson. He had nowhere to go. It looks like everybody was squeezing down there on the inside lane markers. And the 17 of Chris Hughes was the unfortunate recipient of the lack of room down there in the opening turn. Boy, that had to absolutely hurt, getting slammed into by that carbon fiber Molgard hull with the 14 of Tyler Peterson behind the wheel. It looked like the 42 of Macaulay, it was getting squeezed inside. He squeezed the 66 of Parch to the inside of the course because he had nowhere to go. Everybody just kept collapsing over. You got to maintain your lanes, drivers. Maintain your lanes. And unfortunately, the 17 of Chris Hughes had nowhere to go, and piling into the inside Sponson was the 14 of Tyler Peterson. Thankfully, our sport rescue crew has got the 17 of Hughes already locked in on the jet ski. They're pushing him in, hopefully trying to keep that boat dry. It looks like maybe the 35 of Mark Schmierbach might have gotten hit as well, and he's got a hole in his boat. He's running back to the start pontoon to try to get that boat on the trailer. He's making his way in here. I don't know what happened with the 35 of Schmierbach, where he got caught up in there, but obviously something happened as he's bringing that boat to the trailer to try to avoid any damage to the back of that 2-cylinder OMC 45 cubic inch Formula Light machine. As he picks it up off of the water, we can see it doesn't look like there's too much water draining. He might just be checking to see what happened out there, to see if there is any sustainable damage. But looks like there's definitely going to be some damage on the 17 of Chris Hughes. But it looks like the 14 of Tyler Peterson, that carbon fiber boat, they are very strong. And he hit him right in the front with a front pickle forks. So hopefully we're going to be able to get all the boats back on the water, maybe minus the 17 of Chris Hughes. For those of you here live at the Port Neches Riverfest, hop on YouTube or Facebook, find that F1 Powerboat Championship page, because we got a replay of what happened down there in the opening turn as they made their way through the middle part of the course. Let's take a look at what happened to the 17 of Chris Hughes. As you can see, they're going down in. The 17 of Hughes gets real squirrely, and they all get chopped off by the 35 of Schmierbach. Schmierbach runs into the 17 of Hughes, and then Hughes gets piled into by the 14 of Tyler Peterson's because he's got nowhere to go. Boy, this is going to be some great footage. I have a feeling we're going to get a penalty assessed on this start here. Let's rewind it back one more time. Take a look at what happened there. Let's go a little bit further back. We can see what happened. We go back to the commitment buoys. See these outside drivers, once they left the commitment buoy, they all started collapse down to the inside. The 35 of Schmierbach thought he was clear. The 42 of Hans McCauley knew to get out of the way. And once the 35 of Schmierbach and the 17 of Hughes got together, the 14 of Tyler Peterson was just a bystander there at that point. I'm just glad to see that the pickle forks ended up in the back of the boat and not in the cockpit of the 17 of Chris Hughes, because that could have been a real rough go of it for the man out of Santa Fe, Texas. But it looks like he's making the way back to the pits, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to get that boat back out on the water maybe tomorrow. I have a feeling he might have some a late night for the Chris Hughes race, the Suncoast Marine Works racing team, as he calls her, Sexy Blue, has got some damage on the inside of her as it took a pretty brunt hit there by the number 14 of Tyler Peterson. Looks like, Tyler Peterson missing the inside pickle fork on that mole guard carbon fiber hull. Not really his fault at all. Honestly, if anything, I would look at the 35 of Schmierbach, came flying in from lane 6 and just chopped off the rest of the field. They were past the commitment buoy. I'm not a referee. I don't make these decisions. But it's going to be tricky. Thankfully for Schmierbach, he didn't get a hole in the boat, and he was already at the end of the dock. So if they penalized him, they'd be running him to the end of the dock anyway. So he's kind of going to end up in the same spot he was going to be in no matter what. It looks like the 17 of Hughes might have gotten – looks like the damage is actually not as bad as it could have been for the 17 of Hughes. Might have some maybe the motor got bent or damaged a bit. Looks like, there is some paint missing just right behind the cockpit lid, as Sexy Blue is holding her own out there on the shores of the Neches River. And then it looks like the 14 of Tyler Peterson actually might have sustained damage to the point where he's taken on water. Looks like they might try to get the water to drain out of that mole guard hole. No, it looks like he's got the helmet off. The 14 of Peterson looks like he might be done here in qualifying heat number 2 after getting caught in the wash there in that in that melee between the 17 of Hughes and the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Looks like thank the Lord for carbon fiber reinforced cockpits in these Formula Lights boats. Looks like the cockpit right behind or right at the hip of where that driver sits inside the cockpit is caved in, but it caved in and held off from collapsing in and crushing the driver inside the cockpit. That's a scary, scary event when you're in a single person, fully enclosed cockpit and you get slammed in right at the driver's side. It looks like the Latitude and Extreme Paint Auto Body Marine and Peterson Racing Team working feverishly to try to duct tape the hole in the front of the left sponson on that mole guard to try to get him back out on the water. Everybody else kind of holding up here is the 14 of Tyler Peterson was caught up in that. He didn't cause it. He didn't start it, but he got caught up in it. So we're going to try to give him a few minutes. Looks like he's getting the helmet back on. The duct tape, a boat racer's best friend, is in full effect on the 14 of Tyler Peterson as they're going to wrap up that front left pickle fork, try to stop water from coming in. It looks like they might have damaged far enough back that the pickle fork, which is the tips on the boat, those are called pickle forks on tunnel boats. It looks like that left pickle fork broke off so hard at the impact with Chris Hughes that it broke off past the removable pickle fork point, and it actually opened up the cavity that runs along the inside of that left sponson, right? These boats are hollow on the inside. They got a bottom, they got a top, but just like your pleasure boat, right? They're hollow on the inside. And so the last thing they can afford to do is have water rushing in, especially on the left pickle fork. These boats turn left. So all the stress, all the pressure is on that left sponson. If you get enough water in there, when they set the boat, you risk peeling that entire left sponson away from the boat, which would completely destroy that hull and require a complete and full rebuild, which means you probably wouldn't see the rest of the 14 of Tyler Peterson for the rest of the season, because that is, again, it's a Danish-built boat, a Molgard boat from Denmark. They don't have the molds here. They don't necessarily have all the right patterns to be able to put that boat back together. Now, the 14 of Tyler Peterson is very helpful for him that his crew chief, Aaron Wachholz, is a fiberglass and boat repair guy. So he's got a lot of the tools at his shop, but he doesn't have the molds for the bottom of that boat. So that could have been very, very tricky and very detrimental to that young racer's season. But it looks like it's going to be okay. They're still going to have some work to do when they get back to Minnesota here later this week. But he's just hoping to get back out on the water for heat number 2, having a chat with his girlfriend Emma Wachholz as they talk, and she just tries to calm him down. He's obviously frustrated. He's upset. I was staying in my lane. I was trying to get out of the way. I was staying wide to the outside, and the 17 of Hughes just kind of got pitched into him. And unfortunately, the 17 of Chris Hughes really took the brunt of it. I'm just glad that the driver from Santa Fe, Texas is okay. It's always scary when you see damage to the cell or cockpit of these tunnel boats, because that's the protective casing around the driver. That's the portion of the boat that is the most vulnerable, because it's where the driver sits inside the boat. This is why we have carbon fiber and Kevlar reinforced safety cells that have impact resistance up to 3,000 newtons. So if you think about that, that's the kind of impact that was, right? You got a safety cell that'll do up to 3,000, handle an impact up to 3,000 newtons, and that thing folded in the side of that cockpit wall on the 17 of Chris Hughes. So unfortunately, it looks like Sexy Blue might be done for the weekend. The 17 of Chris Hughes is going to be a spectator for the rest of these Formula Light heat races and the main event tomorrow afternoon. Well, they got the white duct tape on there. They got her strapped in, and they're spinning the boat back around. The 14 of Tyler Peterson's going to make his way back out on the race course. He's got to be excited about that. And the F46 Extreme Paint Auto Body Marine number 14 on the side. Latitude Dispensary of Tyler Peterson. Well, and the hits just keep coming for the 14 of Tyler Peterson, because he was forced to go to the trailer to repair or Band-Aid the damage sustained there in that opening lap of qualifying heat number 2. He is forced to go to the back of the start pontoon ahead of the rookie, the 24 of Shelby Love, as this is her first race on in the Formula Lights class. So they're going to keep her on the outside. And honestly, the only driver that really didn't get caught up in everything was the 24 of Shelby Love. Well, the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster didn't fire. He's been struggling with that. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to rock and roll here for the restart. 1 minute, drivers, 1 minute. Can we get through the first turn down there at the north end of the course? It was chaos on the original start. Can we get through clean here on restart number 1? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Can the 42 of Hans McCauley get out clean, or will he be forced back to the inside? Same with the 66 of Randy Parch, who's sitting on the pole position. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Will the 26 of Steve Lee be able to move his way up? He's now side by side with his teammate, the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Will the 35 of Schmierbach stay wide to the outside, or will he try to jet past all of them and chop the nose as they go into the turn? Let's find out. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starter's orders. They drop the flag, and they all come roaring off the beach. Great jump by everybody there. This time around, let's see if we can get through clean. We follow our drone shots from overhead on our live feed.
Oh, boy, there, look out. The 21 of Mandana goes wide, but boy, the 35 of Schmierbach does the exact same thing, and he gets away with it this time. I'm so surprised that he's pushing so hard to cut across the bow of everybody. He had the overtake, so it's not like he's breaking any rules, but man, what a risky move that is. Off the start pontoon, there he goes down the front stretch. The 21 of Mandana now working his way up from 5th position. Looking to go side by side with the 2 of Travis Thompson's. They go 3 wide down into turn number 1. The 2 of Thompson in sandwich between the 21 of Mandana and the 42 of McCauley, with the 14 of Peterson chasing him from behind. But right now it is all Mark Schmierbach out in front with the 26 of Steve Lee chasing him. And what a great battle that is for third. There's Lee in second. Boom. Travis Thompson down to the inside, sitting in second. He's going side by side with the 21 of Peterson. Oh no, the 42 of McCauley spins out coming out of turn number 3, as he is just struggling to get through the north end of the course. But the battle continues. There's the 14 of Tyler Peterson trying to catch up to the 2 of Travis Thompson and the 21 of Jose Mandana Jr. Will Mandana be able to get the pass wide to the outside? Looks like he's gonna. Mandana, yes, he does get by the 2 of Travis Thompson. Now Thompson's going to get pinched to the inside. That's not a place he wants to be. He's got to go through the wash of the 21 of Mandana. Now Mandana's on a mission to track down his teammate, as well as our leader, the man out in front, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. As they continue to push, the 2 of Travis Thompson has relinquished that second spot, or that third spot, to the 21 of Mandana. Now he's trying to hold off the 14 of Peterson. As they do battle down the front stretch, you see the 21 of Mandana and that Mike Scott plumbing machine pull away. As he now looks to eye up his teammate in that chartreuse and blue with Mike Scott's plumbing on the side. The 26 is Steve Lee, who sits in second position now. But they're all trying to chase the man who took the checkered flag in qualifying heat number 1. He's looking to go wire to wire in qualifying like he did last year. He won all 3 heats last year. On his way to a clean sweep of the weekend, he got a win in heat number 1. Oh, look out, we got a banging and bumping down there between the 2 of Thompson and the 14 of Peterson down in turn number 3. Geez, the 14 of Tyler Peterson cannot get away from banging into other boats here on the course, as he got a little squirrely down there in turn 3. Him and the 2 of Travis Thompson got together. He was able to make it out cleaner, get by the 2 of Thompson, but who knows what happened when they banged together. He cannot afford to do any more damage to especially the left sponson of that Molgard Formula Light. But Peterson is pushing hard. He's starting to gain ground on the 21 of Mandana, who is also gaining ground on this 26 of Steve Lee, and they're all gaining ground on our leader, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, who might have seen some performance degradation after getting hit by the 17 of Chris Hughes after he came across the bow on that initial start here in qualifying heat number 2 of the Formula Lights class. As they continue to push hard, the 21 of Mandana talking with his crew chief and communicating with his teammate as well, as they may look to put a 1-2 punch on the 35 of Schmierbach, or at least keep the 14 of Peterson back in 4th position as they continue to do battle. There's the 21 of Mandana on the inside. This 26 of Steve Lee. Now, look, he's good, being a good teammate there. He stays to the outside. He knows he cannot cut off the 21 of Mandana if either of them wants to catch the 35 of Schmierbach, who's starting to open up a little bit more of a lead. Now Lee goes wide to the outside again. It looks like Mandana is able to make a move there. He does, and that short Grand Prix haul is all over the place here as the conditions get a bit windier on the shores of the Neches River, but he gets by his teammate, and now he's got the arduous task of tracking down the man who has been the fastest Formula Light on the shores of the Neches River for the last handful of years, and he's doing it again here in 2023. As he continues to push down the front stretch, there's the 21 of Mandana on the inside line trying to go short way around the course. And then there's the 26 of Steve Lee now working on his outside hip. What happened to the 14 of Tyler Peterson? Boy, he's slowed way down, probably sustaining enough damage on the left sponson there where he's worried about doing some severe damage. He had to back way off, and the 2 of Travis Thompson's able to get by him and up into 4th. There's our leader, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Now he's looking to eye up the 24 of Shelby Love, the young rookie out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, running for Clover Construction, is staying way wide to the outside. Very smart move for the young driver. And then just her first Formula Lights race here on the shores of the Neches River. Boy, she's really got some top-end speed. It's just more about her learning how to get in and out of the corners, and that's really where the racing is won and lost in the Formula Lights class.
These motors are so small and they're so underpowered. Remember, these are just two-cylinder, two-stroke, 45 cubic inch OMC outboards. So they don't have a ton of power. So it's all about how to drive the boat. And where you really learn how to drive the boat is in and out of the corners. That's where you're really going to get a difference between a rookie driver and a veteran like the man you see on the screen right now, the 35 of Schmierbach. He goes out of turn number 4, now puts it on its tail, walking down the front straightaway. White flags out. Go fast. Turn left. Just 4 more times for the man out of Wisconsin as he pushes to try to go back-to-back in qualifying heats here in the Formula Lights class. All right, well, just had a chance to chat. It looks like the 17 of Hughes is okay, and the man who's really okay, ladies and gentlemen, taking the checkered flag in qualifying heat number 2, number 35, Mark Schmierbach. In a close battle, but not just ran out of time, the 21 of Jose Mendaña Jr., and in third, the 26 of Steve Lee, followed by the 2 of Travis Thompson, the 14 of Tyler Peterson, the 66 of Randy Parch, the 42 of Hans McCauley, the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster, the 24 of Shelby Love, and the 17 of Chris Hughes. And look at the 14 of Tyler Peterson. He is getting that boat in quick as he has been taking on water. Looks like the duct tape didn't quite hold out all the water. You can see where the duct tape got blown to the side, and you can guarantee that left sponson's got a lot of water in it. That's honestly probably what caused the collision between him and the 2 of Travis Thompson down there on the north end of the course. There's the 2 of Thompson coming in. As he might have sustained some damage as well, although it doesn't seem like he did. I sure hope he didn't. Again, the 14 of Peterson's got a composite boat. The 2 of Thompson's got a wood-built pew hull. So hopefully the 2 of Thompson is okay. Obviously the 14 of Peterson sustained some of that damage on the carbon boat. And actually, coming up with me here to have a quick chat is the 17 of Chris Hughes, just to find out if everything's okay with the man from Santa Fe. Boy, Chris, that hurts, man. I mean, you seem physically okay, but emotionally that one's got to hurt. I know Sexy Blue has been by your side for many a year, and that's got to be a tough one.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's a real tough one because Sexy Blue is no more.
Yeah, it looks like, but thankfully, right, the capsule did its job. The boat got hurt, but you didn't.
Absolutely. Safety matters. Everything worked as it should, and maybe with a little luck we might go get the backup boat tonight and pull an all-nighter and put the old Sexy Blue 17 back together.
You know what, man, all-nighters are like your thing, dude. I mean, last weekend at the final preseason race you pulled an all-nighter. You got to the race course, I think you said you left at 5 a.m. You got there at like 7:30 and you ran that thing all the way to the checkered flag. So I'm sad to see her go. I've seen a lot of laps between you and that boat, but I'm glad that you're here standing and talking to me. And Sexy Blue's the one that's out of commission, and not the 17 of Chris Hughes.
Much agreed.
Right, I mean, it had to be a hard one out there. You just kind of got thrown around a little bit. I mean, we're not going to get into the specifics. I know it's racing. We've got replay that'll be looked at after the race. But, man, it's got to be hard because the 14 of Tyler Peterson had nowhere to go. You just kind of ended up right in front of him after you, the 35 of Schmierbach, tangled. But glad to see that you're okay and upright.
Oh, absolutely. And honestly, I don't really know what happened down there. It all happened quick. Capsules did their job, safety equipment did their job, rescue did their job, and we're back to the hometown, Fort Neches, Texas, Nemesis. It is what it is.
Right on, man. Well, hey, glad you're upright. I got to say you're doing a hell of a lot better than most people would. Most people would probably be up here ranting and raving, so tip your cap to you if you're keeping your stuff together. I wish you and your team best of luck. Whatever you guys choose to do, I'd love to see you on the water tomorrow. I know that's an extremely tall task, but I'm glad to see you standing upright and talking to me here after a pretty rough wreck out there on the course.
I'm glad to be able to have this conversation.
Right on, man. Well, hey, best of luck with the rest of the day. Go get that blood pressure back down, relax a little bit, and put together a game plan for the rest of the weekend.
We're going to work on it.
All right, that was the 17 of Chris Hughes. The safety equipment did his job. He's okay. He's upright. Sexy Blue is no more. Well, I guess Sexy Blue won. I've heard that there's another boat
back at the home shop that ain't too far away, so we'll see what's going to happen there. Hopefully going to have a chance to talk to the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, get his take on what happened out there. Obviously, it's racing. Everybody's fighting for that first turn. They're all trying to get out in front and get the clean water, especially in Formula Lights. You just don't have the engine power to drag race guys down the front stretch, so you've got to be able to be quick to the first turn and get out of that clean water. And it looks like 17 of Chris Hughes is shaking the hand of the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, and that is the testament to what type of a consummate competitor he is. You know, they got into it. The spin out of Hughes and Schmierbach is what caused Hughes to get into the path of the 14 of Peterson. Tyler had nowhere to go, and he's not mad at either driver. He understands it's racing. I mean, is he sad? Yeah, you guys didn't get to see his face, but that might be about as busted up as I've ever seen the 17 of Chris Hughes. He's normally one of the most happy-go-lucky drivers you'll ever see, and unfortunate that he was unable to compete and finish that qualifying heat number 2 here in Formula Lights. But making his way up to the stage is the man who's trying to do exactly what he did last year in Formula Lights, and that is go wire to wire. So let's have a chance to chat with a man who took heat number 2, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. All right, Mark. Well, boy, that was a little hairier than you're used to out there. Boy, that was a rough one on the first start. What happened out there?
Well, I left him 2 boats, and I just got done talking to him. He says, yeah, it wasn't you. He said he just got all confused and everything. And he hit me hard, and the 14 hit him hard.
Yeah, you know, it looked like everybody after that commitment buoy was just kind of squeezing down, as happens in boat racing once you get past the commitment buoy. And you looked like you had him clear and caught the back corner, spun him around, and slammed him right into the 14 of Peterson. But glad to see that everybody's okay. The safety equipment did its work. But, boy, now you've got yourself in the catbird seat exactly where you were last year, 2 for 2 through 2 qualifying heats.
Well, yeah, what a great crew. I mean, we thrashed there. Man, we had a 10-minute break, and we're back out on the water. And I thank the crew, Pizza Inn, and the crowd here. This is just great.
So you came from the back. Obviously, it looks like the 21 of Mendana did a few things there as he struggles to start. But, boy, by the end of the race, he was really starting to gain some ground on you. What do you think that's going to mean for the final tomorrow afternoon?
Well, I already was leading, so you just drive smart. My best friend told me go as slow as you can and win. And you don't hit buoys, you don't do anything stupid. And, you know, we've got to say, you know, when he gets close, I go. You know, so you just got to drive smart.
Right on. Well, it looks like it might be the Mark Schmierbach show this weekend, was it like it was last year. Hopefully, for you and the rest of the Pizza Inn crew, you guys can do a clean sleep in 23 like you did in 22.
Well, we're going to try. These are great competitors. Jose's going to stay up all night. They'll find something in the morning. I know they will. You know, they always do. So, yeah, it's going to be a great show again tomorrow.
Right, well, we'll let you get back with the team, assess anything that might have happened from that incident out there, and get back into the pits and get everything dialed in for tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much.
Right on, ladies and gentlemen, that is the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. He took qualifying heats number 1 and 2 last year on his way to a clean sweep of the weekend. Well, he's got a checkered flag in qualifying heat 1 and 2 this year. Can he pull off the clean sweep? Well, not if the 21 of Jose Mendana or the 18 of Jason Nelson has anything to say about it. We'll be right back with more racing action here as we've got the final 2 races of the afternoon. Group A and Group B, qualifying heat number 2 in the Formula Lights class. It's the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championships here at the Port Neches Riverfest. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Formula One, Group A and B to the water now. All right, race fans, hot laps are in progress, and we're about ready to get rock and roll for Group A qualifying heat number 2. If you recall earlier, it was an absolute slobber knocker here in Group A. I think we had about 3/4 of a second between the top 5 boats. We had 2 teammates duking it out, and it's going to be a doozy out here on the shores of the Neches River. Let's take a look at Group A qualifying heat number 2. Again, like we do all season long, in qualifying heat 2, we flip that script. Worst goes to first, first goes to worst here in each Group A and Group B. So the man on the pole who went dead in the water down at the north end of the course in qualifying heat number 1. All right, well, I just found out why the 99 of Travis Yates went dead in the water on the north end of the course and finds himself on the pole. That's because he ran out of gas. Guess why his teammate in Group B didn't finish that heat? He ran out of gas as well. Guarantee he's going to have a lot more gas in it this time around, but he's sitting on the pole here in Heat 2 out of Richmond, Texas, running for JH Performance Boats. Number 99 on the pole, Travis Yates. Coming second off the start dock after a throttle cable issue
caused him to miss qualifying heat number 1 altogether. Out of Toledo, Ohio, running for Gytech Motorsports and Erie Marine Supply, number 41, bumping Bobby Briggs. Third off the start pontoon. Hey, it's a brand new boat. He's never driven it before. It's got that APX 4-stroke, and he's a master behind the wheel, but you can only do so much as they continue to dial and tweak it in. He's coming third off the start pontoon out of Paw Paw, Illinois. Running for Mercury Racing, number 62, Chris Fairchild. Fourth off the start pontoon out of Syracuse, Indiana. Running for Swain Brothers Marine and Neches Federal Credit Union, number 74, Jesse Sweet Baby Swain. Fifth off the start pontoon, the man hailing out of Innisfil, Ontario, Canada. Running for Crystal Clear Wiper Blades, number 94, Rusty Wyatt. Sixth off the start pontoon, one half of the Clover Construction Racing Team out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, number 24, Spencer Love. Coming eighth off the start pontoon, starting seventh off the start pontoon here in qualifying heat number 2. He's out of Tampa, Florida. Multi-time world and national champion. The other one half of the Phase 3 Performance Racing Team, number 10, Terry Rinker. Eighth off the start pontoon here in Group A's second qualifying heat. The other half of the Phase 3 Performance Team out of Richmond, Texas, the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. In ninth position, the man who took the checkered flag in qualifying heat number 1, laid down the fastest time trial this morning, and it looks like a rocket out there. They call him the real deal. He's out of Spring, Texas, running for the Gregory Law Firm, Roswell Marine Audio, McLean Trailers, and Rinker Boat World, number 52, Chris, the real deal, Rinker. And we got a couple of rookies here in Group A, so 10th off the start pontoon, the other half of the Clover Construction Racing Team. Out of Moore Park, California, number 12, Sean Love. And rounding out the field after some gremlins in qualifying heat number 1, hoping to get those corrected, the young man who's jumped up from Tri-Hull and Formula Lights, out of Richmond, Texas, running for JH Performance and Hertz Audio, the number 13, Grant Schubert. The wind started to pick up here on the shores of the Neches River. Going to make it real interesting out here as we've got half our field ready to rock and roll in their second qualifying heat here in Formula One. Well, apparently, I think somebody might have been siphoning gas from our drivers' boats in the pits, because I just found we had a third driver run out of gas in qualifying. Well, I have a feeling we might have a few extra boats that are a little overweight when they go to the scale after qualifying heat number 2, but we've got them just about lined up here in Group A qualifying heat number 2. Again, this is half our field. We split the field in half. In heat 1, they go in order based on their time trials. That saw the 52 of Chris Rinker lay down a 35.541, which was the best time out of anybody. He ran wire to wire in heat 1, but we do in heat 2 is flip that script. First goes to worst, worst goes to first. Now you're going to see that that canary yellow McLean Trailers machine way back third to last off the dock, because we always put the rookies at the end. They got to earn their stripes. Once they've, the race directors and referees feel that they have earned their stripes, they'll remove that rookie status. It doesn't necessarily have to go their whole rookie year. It's more of a rookie status thing. They will remove that rookie status and then allow them to compete in qualifying and start where they finished in qualifying heats. But looks like we're just waiting for final word from Chief Referee Doug Ray, and we are very close to that 1-minute gun and just moments away from Group A qualifying heat number 2 here at the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championships. Final boat is lined up and in position. Chief Referee Doug Ray looking down the start pontoon to make sure that everybody's spacing is equal and fair. Just waiting for these final few boats. And once he's all ready to go, he's going to give me the thumbs up, and you're going to see that flare come shooting up into the air and land down in the water. We're going to count down from 1 minute to 20 seconds. We go to 20 seconds. You're going to go under starters orders. That big orange flag is going to come up. As soon as that drops, you're going to hear these motors roar off the beach and hit speeds in excess of 100 miles an hour in under 3.5 seconds as they go through the middle of the course, down the north end, and then they're going to come back in front of the start pontoon and start lap 1 of this 8-minute plus 1 lap main event here. This 8-minute plus 1 lap qualifying heat here in Formula One. Still waiting is Chief Referee Doug Ray's eyeing up the crew, all the different crews, making sure they're in position. All right, it looks like our other officials are having conversations with the different crews that are lined up on the start pontoon as they're asking questions to make sure. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Will the 99 at Travis Yates, now with enough gas to complete 8 minutes plus 1 lap, find himself with a checkered flag in hand after qualifying heat number 2. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will Bumpin' Bobby Briggs bump off the competition to a checkered flag here in qualifying heat number 2? Or could it be Chris Fairchild in that Mercury racing machine? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or could it be Sweet Baby Swain, the 74 of Jesse Swain, or the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, maybe the 24 of Spencer Love? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or could it be one of the 2 Phase 3 performance machines, Jeremiah Mayo, Terry Rinker? Or could Chris Rinker come from all the way in the back? Let's find out who's going to win Heat 2. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters' orders. He drops the flag, and they come roaring to life. Great jump there by the 41 of Bumpin' Bobby Briggs, as well as the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, as they come shooting through the infield. Again, a nice jump by the 24 of Spencer Love as well. They spread wide down to the far north end of the course, through the commitment buoy. Now they're coming down to the turn. Oh, boy, watch out there. Oh, look out, ladies and gentlemen. We almost had a massive collision down at the far end of the course. I do not know how the 74 of Jesse Swain avoided getting absolutely run over down here on the shores of the Neches River. Geez, where did the 24 of Spencer Love come from? He came out like a rocket. He is way out in front now, and he started 5th or 6th there in qualifying heat number 2, and he is a man on a mission as the 99 of Travis Yates sits in 2nd. Now he's pushing around the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, and same as the 62 of Chris Fairchild as he comes down in the middle of lane 2, and the 24 of Spencer Love has absolutely opened up a can on the rest of the field here in this opening lap. He got through clean, and he's lucky he did, because that thing could have been a heck of a lot worse than we saw in the Formula Lights class, as they got wadded up down there in Formula Lights. Somehow they avoided that from happening here in Formula One. But it is all Spencer Love right now. There's the 99 of Travis Yates doing battle with the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. Wyatt's on the inside. The 99 of Travis Yates out there in lane number 3. Now here come the Phase 3 performance machines of 8 of Mayo and the 10 of Rinker, as we got an absolute melee. It looks like I just got word that we got a buoy dislodged, and we may have had the 3rd place boat. That looks like it's going to be the 99 of Travis Yates. Hit a buoy out there on the course. Now he's backing off to the outside because he knows he's a lap down. Now he's just trying to stay out of the way with that lap penalty that he's going to be incurred at the end of the race. So the 94 of Wyatt's able to get by, and now he's got the arduous task of tracking down the 24 of Love. There's the 10 of Terry Rinker, who now sits up in 3rd position, as his teammate, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, about to come into screen now, going side by side with the 99 of Travis Yates, sits in 4th. Then here comes that canary yellow McLean Trailers machine up in 5th already. Here comes the 52 of Chris Rinker. Oh no, the 41 of Bobby Briggs goes. Oh, look out there, Bobby Briggs. He is all over the place. He almost ramped off of the Rooster Tail out of screen there. Boy, that was real dangerous there. You see the Ada Mayo now. He's got a rearview mirror full of Chris Rinkers. Rinkers pushing hard, able to get by the 9098. There's the 62 of Chris Fairchild doing battle with the 13 of Grant Schubert. That Mercury Racing machine is all over the place here on the rough and tumble shores of the port of the Neches River as this wind's really starting to pick up here this afternoon. There's the 13 of Schubert pushing hard. There's the 94 of Wyatt and our leader, the 24 of Spencer Love. You see what the gap looks like there down at the north end of the course. Ken, the man from Ontario, Canada, running for crystal clear wiper blades. Track down the man who's out in front, your 2022 series champion, the 24 of Spencer Love. The 10 of Terry Rinker sitting in third, then in fourth Mayo. Then there's the 52 of Rinker in fifth. In sixth, the 99 of Travis Yates. In seventh, the 62 of Chris Fairchild. In eighth, looks like that's the 74 of Jesse Swain. And in ninth there is the 13 of Grant Schubert, who's having some real engine troubles this weekend. Looks like it might be a long night in the Outlaw F1 camp, as the 13 of Grant Schubert is really struggling out there on the shore. Oh, look out, Chris Fairchild. It's getting rough down there on the south end of the course, and he almost got that thing airborne coming down the back straightaway. It looks like the 13 of Grant Schubert's pulling off the race course out of picture, but his afternoon is done as that motor continues to give him problems. There's that Mercury Racing machine with Chris Fairchild behind the wheel coming down the north end of the course, sitting in seventh position trying to catch the 99 of Travis Yates. As we take a look back at the man out in front, the 24 of Spencer Love, as he wakes his way down the north end of the course. There's the 62 of Fairchild again, coming down the south end of the course. Where is our leader at? He is coming down out of turn number 3. Here's the 24 of Spencer Love, pushing hard. Look at how close that gap is. The 94 of Rusty Wyatt's got some crazy top-end speed, and he is pushing hard. Can he track down the man from Santa Rosa Valley, California here in this 8 minutes plus one? Oh, look out there. Oh, boy, on turn number 4, we had a nasty turn of events. I don't know who that was, if that was the 74 of Swain. What happened down there? We're trying to look. Boy, that was a brutal snap roll down there on turn number 4. It looks like that might be the number 12 of Shane Love. Sorry, number 12 is Sean Love. That's his second barrel roll in 2 days. And that one looked a lot more violent than he did yesterday in testing. And that is unfortunate for the young rookie out of Moore Park, California. That turn number 2 down there at the south end of the course is getting really brutal. We saw a couple of other drivers really get squirrely. Even the likes of Chris Fairchild, who's driven every tunnel boat under the sun, who's struggling down there in turn number 2. And the number 12 of Shane Love got her airborne coming off of turn number 3 and kind of snap rolled it. Half blow over, half barrel roll out of turn number 2, not 3, turn number 2. And boy, that was a violent wreck there for the number 12 of Shane Love. And I don't know, he's gotten wet twice in 2 days. And I'm looking over here at the guys from Mercury Racing, and they know all the work they're going to have to put in to dry out that motor, and they are not too happy about what they're going to have to do to that APX 204-stroke V6 motor on the back of that number 12 Clover construction machine. We see also the 13 of Grant Schubert. There you can see Sean Love getting his boat dragged back in. Rear cowling is gone, and as our drone makes his way over to the course, he's not the only driver that's going to call it quits here in qualifying heat number 2. Looks like the 13 of Grant Schubert has pulled it over. But you know who hates this? There's the 12 of Sean Love. Who hates this is Sean's teammate and brother, Spencer Love. Spencer is absolutely destroyed inside. Why? Because he had a lead. And Rusty Wyatt was coming for him and coming hard. And now that gap that he had created after a great move on the opening lap is gone. Absolutely gone. So it's going to be interesting what we're going to do here. It looks like we might bring him back to the start pontoon versus a rolling start. We're going to bring him back to the start pontoon versus a rolling start. We're waiting to hear from race director John Schubert to see if they would like to do a pace boat start or a dock start. All right, it looks like there's enough left in the race that they're going to go dock start here on the restart. Just waiting to hear, as it looks like there might be some sort of damage to the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. His team determining, are they going to keep it on the water and maintain their place, or are they going to bring it to the trailer and have the same fate that befell the 14 of Tyler Peterson in Formula Lights, meaning you go all the way to last on the start pontoon. Hopefully we can get a chance to chat with the number 12 of Sean Love when he gets out of the ambulance after being checked over. Hey. We might get a chance to talk to the 12 of Sean Love and see how things are going for him. It's not necessarily been the best last 24 hours, but in boat racing, there's a saying. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. At some point, every driver you see on this race course has barrel rolled, blown over, stuffed it, you name it. They've all done it at least once. Well, Sean's a rookie, or Shane's a rookie. Sean, I swear, I'm going to get it right, Sean. I apologize, man. I'm too hyped up. I'm too amped. I swear, buddy, I'll get it right. But Sean is a rookie. And so he's just getting it all out of the way now. That's what he's doing. He's just, hey, first race of the year, might as well get the wrecks out of the way, get them under my belt, and then I can get right back to racing. And he looks like he's doing okay there. They're checking him out in the ambulance. But it looks like the real question is will the 94 of Rusty Wyatt risk going to last on the start pontoon by going to the trailer, or is he going to take the risk that there might be a crack in the boat and he might be taking on some water, but keep it out on the water? We're going to do a dock restart. They got the 12 of Love on the trailer, so we should be able to get our starting procedure back rolling and get our boats lined back up on the start pontoon. I don't know if the 13 of Grant Schubert, he's out of the boat. Looks like his afternoon may be done as they continue to have gremlins on the back of that JH Performance Hertz audio machine. So it looks like we're going to start bringing them back in here, and we'll get them all ready to roll. The fan boats on the far side there, all of this hanging out on the far side of the river. Where are they? Oh, there they are down there on the far end of the course. Our drone giving some cool shots of all the fan boat folks taking in a view from the opposite side of the river. They're waving at us. Hey, how's it going over there? I don't know if they can hear me. Hopefully they've got their phones out and they're watching live via the F1 Powerboat Championships Facebook page or our YouTube channel. Make sure you smash like or subscribe to get updates on when we go live throughout the entire season. This is not our only race of 2023. We've got quite a few more. Up next, first weekend in June in Hillbilly Hollywood, Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. We're going to be running as a part of Lodo Power Fest, June 1st through 3rd. All right, it looks like the 12 of Sean Love might have gotten rattled a little hard back there on his second one, and just not up to chatting, which is totally understandable. I don't ever have any frustrations with the driver after going over, getting wet, and wrecking his stuff. Is not want to talk to yours truly. That is A-okay with me. I'm just glad he's okay. And it looks like, and we almost lost more than one driver. The 41 of bumping Bobby Briggs out there. He almost did exactly what the 12 of Sean Love did just a couple of laps before. It is getting real dicey down there on the far end of the course. And it looks like the 94 of Wyatt has chosen to stay out on the water. So gonna take the risk. Hopefully there isn't a crack. He's not taking on water, but he knows he's hoping to try to kind of pick up some speed, let some of that water, if there is any there, kind of drain out of the boat. The problem is there's a bunch of other boats that got to get lined up behind him. So he can get all that water out by buzzing around on the course a little bit and get back into the start pontoon, then he's going to sit. All teams taking a look at the start pontoon, the reorder after the incident down there in turn number 2 with the number 12, Sean Love. As our leader, the man who came out like a cannon on the first start of this heat, an absolute cannon. He started, I think, 5th or 6th. Before the end of the first turn, he was up in first. All right, we're getting them all brought in here. I don't know what happened to the 94 of Wyatt. Is he supposed to be sitting in second position, but they've got him in third. Otherwise, it looks like maybe the 10 of Terry Rinker jumped the gun and got to the dock a little too quick, as he's got to circle back around and get behind the 94 of Wyatt, not in front of him. And we are going to have an absolute dash here in these remaining few minutes of this qualifying heat number 2 in Group A. We've got 3 minutes, 45 seconds, plus 1 lap remaining here in this second qualifying heat in Group A. What's going to happen? The 10 of Terry Rinker looked fast. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo looked fast. The 94 of Rusty Wyatt looked fast. And so did the 24 of Spencer Love. I was surprised to see the gains that the 94 of Wyatt was making on the 24 of Love as we got closer and closer to the end before that unfortunate barrel roll, snap roll by the number 12, Sean Love, down there in turn number 2. It's going to be very interesting to see. Now the 24 of Spencer Love, he's got a very solid approach to the start. He's very, very fast on the start. He may not be the fastest top end, but when you're looking at a 3/4 mile, 35-second course, he doesn't have to be the flat-out, mile-long fastest boat on the water, because he's going to run out of straightaway before anybody could ever get that top end. So what he's really looking for is, all I need to do is keep him behind me on the straightaways. I'll make up my ground in the corners, because that boat is so well set up. I mean, it comes in and out of the corners lightning quick. Blink of an eye, and he's already in and out of the corners and gone. We see the 52 of Chris Rinker. He's loving this right now. He started third to last out of an 11-boat field here in Group A. Well, he's now in 6th. So he's cut his distance between himself and the checkered flag here in qualifying heat number 2 in half. As he's still got 3 minutes and 45 seconds to continue to do some damage as his crew's out there cleaning off the windshield, making sure that thing's nice and easy to see through, because he knows he's going to have to get a good start, and he's going to have to push for these last 3 minutes and 45 seconds if he wants to have any opportunity to take home back-to-back checkered flags here in Group A. And this points is going to be real mashed up. You think about it, we had 8 and 10 in 3rd and 4th, or 2nd and 3rd, excuse me. We had the 52 of Rinker in 1st. The 94 of Wyatt finished 5th. He's now in 2nd, which means none of these guys are going to have a ton of points. And you know who that could potentially be really good for? Is the man who won qualifying Heat 1 in Group B. That is the 17 of Dylan Anderson. If Anderson can get another checkered flag, he's going to have a tall order in front of him. But if I were to say what's the deeper of the two groups from past experience, I would say Group A is the deeper. Now, they're evenly split in time trials. 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, 11th, 13th, all go in one group. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 go in the other. So it's not like they were chosen to go in Group A or Group A. It was all B. It was all based on time trials. But if I look at the depth of this lineup, defending series champion, winner on the series season winner, winner on the series, 4th place finisher in 2022, one of the most decorated Formula One powerboat drivers in the world still racing today, the 62 of Chris Fairchild. And these guys are all in one group. That is a tall order. I mean, you've only got 3 boats in this entire field that haven't won a race before. 3. And this is just half the field. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's rock and roll, baby. Getting our rescue crews back in line. We've got them all on the dock and ready to go here in the restart with 3 minutes and 45 seconds plus 1 lap remaining in Group A, qualifying heat number 2. Coming up on the 1 minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Can the 24 of Spencer Love repeat that start here on the restart? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will it be the 94 of Rusty Wyatt that uses this restart to his advantage and jumps out to the top spot in qualifying heat number 2? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will it be the Phase 3 team, the 10 of Rinker sitting in third, the 8 of Mayo in fourth? Can they come off the dock? Or even the 52 of Chris Rinker? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will we see a surprise out of the 62 of Chris Fairchild? Let's find out who's going to take the top spot in Group A, qualifying heat number 2. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters' orders. As they come roaring off the dock. Oh no, what happened to the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo? Terrible start for the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, but we're going to have a battle going down the front stretch. We're through the middle of the course. Looks like the 24 of Spencer Love did not get the jump he wanted. It is Terry Rinker, ladies and gentlemen. What a jump by the veteran out of Tampa, Florida. And Spencer Love's got to be absolutely kicking himself right now. He's already mired way back in 4th position. And now here comes the rocket ship of Terry Rinker behind the wheel with the 94 of Rusty Wyatt and the 52 of Chris Rinker clipping up on his heels. This is exactly what the 52 of Chris Rinker was looking for. He won. Oh, what a great move there by Rusty Wyatt. The Wyatt goes down tight to the inside. What a move by the 94, the Innisfil, Ontario native. An absolute gem of a move down there in turn number 2. He gave the old Terry Rinker the old bob and weave, the old head nod, fake going outside. Boom, ding, slam the door down tight to the inside. And he is now deck to deck with the man who started off in front here in the opening lap of this restart, but now we got a drag race down the front straightaway, and he just cannot match that top-end speed of the Phase 3 performance machine. He relinquishes it again, goes down through the spray, and it was short-lived, but man, was that a good move down there the lap prior in turn number 2. Terry's not letting that happen again as he now punches it out on lane 2 off of the second turn, down the back straightaway, and we got a drag race down the back stretch between the 94 of Rusty Wyatt and the 10 of Terry Rinker. Wyatt goes tight off of turn number 3, now comes wide off the apex. Now trying to hug tight off the turn and try to keep those RPMs up, try to make up some ground on the front straightaway, but he better watch out. If he does too much of that, the 52 of Chris Rinker is going to be all up in his rearview mirror. In the spray of the 52, there is the 24 of Spencer Love. Now finally, after getting running, here comes the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. After not firing on the start pontoon, he's looking to get by the 74 of sweet baby Jesse Swain in that Swain Brothers Marine machine. He does get by him there, going wide to the outside. Now he's got his eyes dead set on the 52 of Chris Rinker as we ride above the 24 of Spencer Love. Going wide to the outside. Look at the straightaway speed by the 24 of Spencer Love. Man, if it wasn't for such a rough start there on the restart, he would have been all over that lead. But right now, that leads with the 10 of Terry Rinker as we watch the battle between 3rd and 4th. Well, look how Chris Rinker gets a little squirrely there coming down the front stretches. It's getting real rough out here. That could be what the 24 of Spencer Love needs, but he's got to continue to go wide to the outside. He goes way wide to the outside. Oh, no, he goes dead in the water down to the far end of the course. Oh, no, the 74 of Jesse Swain looks like he barrel rolled it down in turn number 1. Oh, no, the 74 of Jesse Sweet Baby Swain barrel rolling down in turn number 1 or spinning out down there. We're going to check to see if we've got some replay footage. But at first I thought the 24 of Spencer Love went dead in the water, and he didn't. He was just trying to get out of the way of the 74 of Swain who had just gone over. And it looks like with that late barrel roll by the 74 of Jesse Swain, that's going to be it for qualifying heat number 1. So not the most climactic of events here, but your winner in qualifying heat number 2 in Group A is the 10 of Terry Rinker, followed by the 94 of Rusty Wyatt and the 52 of Chris Rinker in 3rd. Huge points for Chris Rinker. He's loving that. In 4th, after a brutal restart, the 24 of Spencer Love.
Oh, well, a couple wrecks there. Whew. It gets gnarly out there on the Neches River when you've got such a tough field of competitive drivers fighting to the limit. It looks like the 74 of Jesse Swain just pushed it a little too hard. Snap rolled it down there in turn number 1. Hopefully that all-white Seabold with Swain Brothers Marine on the side is okay, and it's not too much damage. They can dry that thing out tonight and hopefully be back for the third qualifying heat and the final tomorrow. But hey, guess what? All right, well, it looks like we might have some replay. I don't know how much we picked up of it. Again, for you here locally, check us out on our Facebook page or subscribe to our YouTube channel. You'll be able to see this replay. Let's take a look if we can see what happened to the Swain Brothers Marine-sponsored entry, the number 74 of Jesse Swain. As he's going down there, there's the 24 of Love. He's up in. Here he comes into the corner. Oh, it looks like it must have been after that. We must have not got that. Spencer Love went way wide. And then Swain must have gone over right there. And there he is, upside down. So he must have been right behind the 52 of Rinker and the 24 of Love. Let's wind that back and see if we can't find out. Was he there beforehand? There you see the driver, the 74 of Jesse Swain. We might have just missed. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have an opportunity to not only chat with our race winner, the number 10 of Terry Rinker, but also the man who went over down there that stopped the race, the 74 of Jesse Swain. Get his take on how rough it was out there on the shores of the Neches River. So we might have a couple of different people to chat with here. But obviously the 74 of Swain getting checked out there. And the 10 of Terry Rinker, our winner from qualifying heat number 2 in Group B, is already up at the scale, so they'll probably quick get that boat weighed. But we're going to get the rest of Group A, the other half of the field. So our final race of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is just about here. It's Group B of the Formula One class here on Saturday qualifying at the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championships. Hey, if you got some time now, go check out all the awesome swag we got for not only the Port Neches Riverfest. We had shirts made just for this event. So go get your shirt. You can't get it anywhere else in the world but right here at the Port Neches Riverfest, the F1 Powerboat Championships. T-shirts, hats for the Port Neches Riverfest. We've got all other sorts of clothing, shirts, hats, visors, patches, all sorts of cool stuff with F1 PC on it. Who knows? Maybe you'll find a driver, your favorite driver, to give you an autograph before you leave this weekend. But looks like the 74 of Jesse Swain still getting checked out. The 10 of Terry Rinker is up on the scale now, getting weighed. Hopefully we'll have a chance to chat with him afterwards. It looks like the 74 machine is okay. The lid's still intact. Doesn't look like there's any damage on the boat. I don't see any additional water draining out of it from places that it shouldn't. So hopefully, maybe a bit of a longer night for the Team Red Racing and that Swain Brothers Marine machine. But at least there's not a whole lot of extensive damage on the 74 of Jesse Swain. We're getting these boats loaded in. Boy, that wind is picking up, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a doozy here for our final race of the afternoon. Group B's second qualifying heat. We're going to do one more qualifying heat tomorrow morning, and then we're going to have our finals in the afternoon. The main event is going to be a doozy where all 20 boats are going to be on the water together
looking to run for that top spot in the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championships. And joining me now is the man who is pretty good at starting the boat. Boy, you were sitting back there in third position, and all of a sudden you did what Spencer did on the for initial start on the restart, but I guess, hey, all that matters is you finished the race with the checkered flag in hand. That had to feel good, huh, Terry?
Tell you what, it felt great. I mean, it's great to be back in the boat. You know, unfortunately, my son wasn't able to come out and run. He had a little accident, and unfortunately wasn't able to make it, but it was good to get in there. I'm sure he's pumping his fists at home seeing his dad win, and can't thank Jim Slack and my whole team, Jamie and Frank, to come in and help everything out and get everything put together so I can race that thing.
Yeah, but it seemed like you hit that timing perfect on the flag, and you were so clear of everybody. You were able to just kind of run across the front, get right to the inside lane, and from there it seemed like the rest was history.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the front of this lane is, especially when the wind starts blowing, you got to really settle the boat down into turn, and if you'd be down low and slow and let the guy behind you try and bounce through the waves and catch you, good luck.
Well, hey, this is a place you're very familiar, chatting with me and on tops of podiums, and I know you're really looking forward to bring an opportunity to bring another podium back for Jim Slack and the Phase 3 team, but especially to bring some hardware back home to Ashton, who's laying up in bed watching all the racing instead of inside the cockpit.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. This will be two in a row if we win this one. We won here last year and had a little hiatus towards the end of the season, but we're coming on strong again for this year.
Right on. Well, hey, congratulations. We'll let you get back with the rest of the team and get everything tuned in and ready for tomorrow.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the 10 of Terry Rinker. I've had many conversations with the man because he's won many a race. The first man to ever win every race on a single series in one calendar year. His son has done as well. His son Ashton's at home with a busted collarbone and a bunch of broken ribs. What's up, Ashton? He said, hey, I'll pinch it. I'll come fill in and make sure that boat's in top shape for when you get back in it. And he's showing why he's one of the best guys to ever do it. We'll be right back with the final race of Saturday's qualifying action here at the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championships. It's F1 Group B qualifying Heat 2 coming up next.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car, tow vehicle, or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute. With our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
All right, race fans, are you ready for the final race of the afternoon here on Saturday, qualifying in the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championships here at the Port Neches Riverfest? Let's take a look at our starting lineup for qualifying heat number 2 here in Group B. On the pole here in Group B after going dead in the water with some motor issues on the opening lap in heat number 1. Out of Thibodaux, Louisiana, running for JH Performance Boats, Ameristar Roofing, and Craftsman, the 09 of Whitney, Terry Fletcher. Second off the start pontoon with plenty of gas in the tank here in heat number 2. They call him the Pickle. He's out of LaPierre, Michigan, running for Gytech Motorsports, Hangar 24. And Races Extreme, the number 71 of Jimmy Kerr. Third off the start pontoon, and another driver that should have plenty of gas in his boat here in heat number 2 is 1/3 of the Outlaw Racing Team, running for Ameristar Roofing out of Houma, Louisiana, number 190, Dustin Terry. All right, coming forth off the start pontoon here in Group B, qualifying heat number 2. Out of Conroe, Texas, running for Gaspard Brothers Racing, number 70, Rude Jude Gaspard. Fifth on the start pontoon here in Group B. Out of the Woodlands, Texas, running for Fleming Manufacturing, number 9, Johnny Fleming. Sixth off the start pontoon, the man who was wheeling it in Group B, qualifying heat number 1. Finishing second in heat 1, now finding himself back in the start pontoon with that APX competition 4-stroke Mercury racing motor. Number 93, R.J. West. And the man who went wire to wire in heat number 1 after coming second off the start pontoon out of Nashville, Tennessee, running for Anderson Marine. They call him Mike Honcho, number 17, Dylan Anderson. And rounding out the field here are rookies in Group B. The other half of the Chuck Skelton Racing Team out of Monrovia, California, the number 92, Dean Comer. And rounding out the field, running for Phenom Ventures out of Canton, Michigan, running a DAC hull, multi-time H1 Unlimited winner, number 14, Andrew Tate. And that rounds out our field here in Group B's second qualifying heat in the final race of the day here at the Port Neches Riverfest. And boy, if I got money, I'm going to say that 14 Andrew Tate might finish in the top 5 here. He finished in the top 5 in heat 1, but because he's a rookie, right, he's got to pay his dues. He's got to serve his time. And back at the trailer, he's like, well, guys, I run an H1 Unlimited hydroplane at 200 miles an hour. And I got to go to the back. It's like, well, this doesn't have a canard wing. It doesn't run 4 boats on a heat. It's tight quarters. It's deck to deck. We got to make sure you know what you're doing when you get 3-4 wide in the corner. So it may not be there all year, but at least here for the first day of racing in a tunnel boat for the 14 Andrew Tate, he finds himself last off the start pontoon. But again, I would suspect for not very long. Who's going to take Group B? Will it be the Pickle, the 71 of Jimmy Kerr? Can he come off like a rocket now that he's got enough gas in the tank and run this thing like the 17 of Dylan Anderson did in heat number 1 from that second spot on the start pontoon? Safety crews are in line. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the final race of the day. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. On the pole, the 09 of Whitney Terry Fletcher. Can she use that inside position to hold off the rest of the field here in heat number 2 in Group B? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the 71 of Jimmy Kerr
after moving up to second and going dead in the water, find his way to the checkered flag here in heat number 2. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or could the APX find a victory here in heat number 2 on the back of the 190 of Dustin Terry? Or could it be Jude Gaspard, Johnny Fleming, the Chuck Skelton Racing Team? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or could the 17 of Dylan Anderson come way back from last off the start pontoon and find himself with back-to-back checkered flags? Let's find out who's going to take Heat 2 here in Group B. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters' orders. He drops the flag. A great jump there by the 71 of Jimmy Kerr, as well as the 9 of Johnny Fleming. Let's take a look at our overhead view. As the 71 of Fleming, the 71 of Kerr makes it by the commitment buoy down through the middle of the course. Look at the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He is way outside, but really strolling in that outside lane. And it looks like, yes, it is the 71 of Jimmy Kerr who makes it clean through turns 3 and 4 and starts the first lap of 8 minutes plus 1 lap here in Group B. And look at the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He started third to last off the dock, and he's already in second. He's already in second. Does anybody have an answer for the 17 of Dylan Anderson, who is absolutely wheeling that machine like he stole it down the backstretch? But he's fighting now with the 70 of Jude Gaspard as they go down the north end of the course. So he's actually in third, not in second, but it is all Jimmy Kerr right now as our leader goes through turn number 3 down to the far end of the course, out of turn number 4. The 70 of Gaspard now tight to the inside. He gets a little bobble there, and that's all the 17 of Dylan Anderson needs as he walks it right by the 70 of Jude Gaspard and down the front stretch into second place. And now the 70 of Gaspard. There you see the 17 of Anderson. Now he's got to track down the 71 of Jimmy Kerr. There's the 70 of Gaspard. He's now going to get a rear view mirror full of the 93 of West. And look at the 14 of Andrew Tate. The 14 of Andrew Tate is all the way up in 5th position after starting dead last on this 10-boat field here in Group B qualifying. What an impressive run for the H1 Unlimited driver turned Formula One Powerboat Championship F1 driver. As the leader, 71 of Jimmy Kerr, now he's got to be worried because he sees that 17, that blue machine, flying down the front straight, right in his rearview mirror, but on the outside hip. Look at the 14 of Andrew Tate. He is already wheeling it up into 5th position. Now he's looking to track down the 70 of Gaspard and get by him as they go down into the south end of the course. Oh no, look out. Andrew Tate barrel rolls it down in turn number 1. He got a little too confident down there in turn number 1. He was pushing it hard to get by the number 70 of Jude Gaspard, and he did like a lot of guys do here down in turn 1. You got to set that boat hard before you turn left in the choppy waters of the Neches River. He didn't set it far enough and snap rolled it down into turn number 1. As he's got that boat upside down, let's just make sure the driver is out and okay. We've got our rescue crews in the water, making sure to do everything possible to get the 14 of Andrew Tate out of that cockpit. He's not used to having to climb out of the cockpit this way. The H1 Unlimited boats have a hatch on the underside. The driver is out and okay. I've just got word from rescue crew. I couldn't see it, but the driver is out and he is okay. Boy, what a quick and nasty little snap roll that was. Let's hope that all-composite DAC hull isn't too worse for wear. You know, I know they were saying that they wanted to stay dry this weekend. And, boy, are they frustrated. But, you know, this happens, right? This is what happens, especially to rookies. It's a learning curve. The real problem is this brackish water can wreak havoc on the electronics. So hopefully might be a little bit longer night than they were hoping for. But hopefully he's okay, they're okay, and the boat's not sustained too much damage. And hopefully we've got some amazing replay of that barrel roll down there. So again, for those of you here in Port Neches at the Riverfest, pull out your phone, go to F1 Powerboat Championship on Facebook, or find our YouTube channel on YouTube, and you'll be able to see exactly what I'm about to show you here, which is a replay of this barrel roll down in turn 1. Is Andrew Tate. I mean, he had that thing strolling. He was screaming down the front stretch. He started last. He was all the way up fighting for third place, trying to get up next to Dylan Anderson when disaster struck down there in turn number 1. All right, they see him tow that boat in.
Unfortunate for the Phenom Ventures team, but hopefully not too much damage on the back of that Formula One. It looks like we're going to have to possibly bring them back here just like we did in Group A. This is what happens when the wind picks up on the Neches River late in the afternoon. That course gets rough. It gets dicey, and here we go. Let's take a look at that instant replay of the 14 of Andrew Tate. You can see Tate coming wide to the outside. He's got Jude. He's got Gaspard. He goes down to set it. And that thing just goes once all the way around, plus one more. Let's rewind that back a little bit and see if we can pinpoint what happened. It looks like either he caught a roller coming off the outside wake, or he just didn't set it hard enough in the corner. And that's a common mistake for a lot of guys down there, especially on this river on that turn. Turn 1 in Port Neches has always been tremendously brutal on drivers. Yeah, speaking of brutal on drivers, while we got the break here, let me chat with my good friend and Formula One driver, the 74. We call him Sweet Baby Swain, number 74, Jesse Swain. Boy, you got wet, man, but you okay?
All good today. Yep, it was kind of my first time going over, and I'm just glad I wasn't upside down when I came to.
Yeah. A lot of times you end up and you're like, oh, great, now I'm upside down in water. You got done, we're like, oh, hey, I'm kind of dry.
I'm wet, but it's all good. Yeah, the boat's a little banged up. I don't think we're going to be able to put that one back together. But
no.
We got a new boat on order anyway, so we're going to come back stronger after we get our new boat ready. So we'll just see. We probably won't make it for Ozarks now, but rest of the season we'll be back.
What happened? Did the bottom blow out when you went over?
The transom delaminated.
Oh no! Is that what caused it to happen, or was you just hit the outside of a roller? What happened down there?
I fell in a massive hole. I went in with a full head of steam. I probably should have burped it a little bit, but I really was trying to run those boys down, and I like rough water, and my boat does too. So, driver error, but also fell in a giant hole. It's part of racing.
I mean, you just watched the 14 of Andrew Tate do the exact same thing you did. He was strolling down the straightaway, trying to catch them boys, got in the corner. It looked like there was some rollers on that, lane 3, lane 4, a little wider because he was trying to keep his speed up going through the turns, and he just laid it into a hole and snapped it around. And, that turn is notorious.
Yep.
I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah.
I think this is one of the benefits of the new boat comes in with a bit more composite on it than all wood. Yep. It'll take a little bit more of a beating. It's unfortunate that it sounds like the weekend is done for you and the Team Red Racing. But the biggest thing is you're here talking to me.
Yep.
You're not still in the ambulance or on your way to the hospital.
That's right.
Which could always happen when you're going in excess of 100 miles an hour on the water. But we're glad to see you're okay, and I appreciate you coming here and just giving some insight to the fans on what it's like out there. I mean, it sounds like up until it wasn't awesome, it was awesome. And you were absolutely flying out there. This is the fastest I've seen you, and I think you and your team are a testament to not trying to bite off too much too soon and get yourself in trouble, but slowly work your way. It seems like that's kind of the moniker of the Rinker family. You look at Chris Rinker, he worked his way up. He's up in that. He started a little bit before you, but he's moving up. You're moving up now. I really think we would have seen probably a top 7, top 8 finish potentially out of you this weekend, which would have been a big deal for you considering how much talent there is out on this water.
Yeah, coming down here, our main goal was we really wanted to get into the top 10 this weekend because we have been just kind of slowly. Our goal is to get better every race. Not try to set the world on fire right away. So there's a lot to learn in this game. So
for sure. Well, I think you find the guys that try to set the world on fire day one end up with boats in numerous pieces very early on in their career. And granted, it's the first time you go over, the boat's sustained some damage, but you've also got a couple of really good learning years under your belt with a boat that's a really good boat to learn on.
Yeah.
And now you can really get yourself into one of those newer boats that's going to live you more on the ragged edge.
You got it. Yep.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, we'll hang out a little bit later. It looks like you might have a bit more free time on your hands this weekend, which is unfortunate, but I'm glad you're healthy, you're okay, and we really look forward to Jesse Swain in that new Outcast Hull later on the season.
Thanks, Thomas.
Awesome. That was the 74 of Jesse Swain as he went over down there in turn number 1. All right, looks like we've got the majority of the rest of the field here as we're pushing our luck with the U.S. Coast Guard, as there is a bunch of commercial traffic that's backed up and really wants to start getting moving. All of our gas and other things that traverse the Neches River from a commercial standpoint on a daily basis. We've got just a couple more boats to get lined up on the start pontoon, and then we'll get underway here with our final few minutes of the final race of Saturday's qualifying here at the Port Neches River Fest. All right, it looks like we've got this last boat just lining up here for the final 7 laps. Final 7 laps here in this qualifying heat. Because we had to shorten qualifying heat number 2 for Group A, we have to allow at least the same number of, they have to run the same number of laps for tiebreakers only, because again, this is half the field. So when we merge them back together, here we go. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. On the pole now, the Pickle, the 71 of Jimmy Kerr. Can he run 7 more laps and find himself on top? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the 17 of Dylan Anderson, who started 9th, is now in 2nd? Can he go back-to-back and put a stranglehold on that point standing in qualifying? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Can Rude Jude's number 70 of Juke Gaspard stay on the podium? Or will it be the 93 of RJ West? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Could it be the 190 of Dustin Terry or the 9 of Johnny Fleming? What's going to happen here? Well, it looks like I was just stopped dead in my tracks. We got something going on here. Apologize, we had to check with our safety crews after they went and helped the 14 of Andrew Tate. So it looks like we're going to go back and do it all over again. As we're up against the clock. Looks like we've got to make sure our rescue drivers have onboard air to support any drivers that go over. Looks like we had one of our rescue drivers must have caught some fiberglass or a propeller on the hand there as he was helping the 14 of Andrew Tate get out. But again, we will not run any race without all of our safety precautions and procedures in place as we bring down more air to our safety crews. And bringing them their onboard air so they have air for themselves, they have air for the drivers. Because again, being upside down is a very disorienting experience. It's very hard to get your bearings when you've just gone upside down at 100+ miles an hour, and we need to make sure that there's air for them, but also for our safety crews that are out there that assist the drivers. Well, it looks like the 77 of Quindazi got his issues figured out, and he's going to go to the end of the dock quickly while we get our rescue crews back in place here as we finish up these final 7 laps of Group B, qualifying heat number 2 here on the shores of the Neches River. Don't forget, before you leave today, stop by the Formula One Powerboat Championships tent. Pick up all your sweet swag. We've got specific Riverfest shirts. You cannot get these anywhere else. They've never been made before, and the 2023 edition will never get made again. So get yours before they run out. Quantities are limited on all our F1 PC swag. And I got to say, it's some pretty slick stuff. Got some really clean designs. I have a feeling they might have been designed by somebody other than our series owners, somebody maybe with a bit more fashion sense. Definitely wasn't me, that's for sure. I can tell you there. But there's some pretty good looking stuff. There's some great women's tanks that look great.
They've got them in blue and white, this cool white with the silver logo on them. Really sleek stuff. We've got the big graphic up tees with the Riverfest and all the different boats. So grab a shirt, go buy a Sharpie. You might be able to get yourself an autograph or two here before the weekend is over. But let's wrap up Saturday's qualifying racing. Here we go. 1 minute, drivers, 1 minute. Will the 71 of Jimmy Kerr be able to stay in front of the 17 of Dylan Anderson and run his way to a checkered flag here in Heat 2 in Group B? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Can Dylan Anderson go back-to-back checkered flags and put a stranglehold on qualifying here in the Formula One class? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Can Rude Jude hold on to the podium? Or can we see another four-stroke APX on the podium here in qualifying? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. What's going to happen here in Group B? Qualifying Heat do the final lap, 7 laps of the day. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters' orders. He drops the flag. Oh no, the 70 Gaspar doesn't fire. The 70 Gaspar did not fire, but a great jump there by the 71 of Jimmy Kerr and the 17 of Dylan Anderson. They're going to go side by side through the infield. Across down into turn number 4. What's going to happen? Who's going to come out on top as he goes out of turn number 2? The 17 of Dylan Anderson is just too darn fast for the 71 of Jimmy Kerr as he rides that thing out of lane 2. Now sets it off of lane 3, coming out of turn number 4. Lays that nose back down to that Hoffman F1 composite with Anderson Marine on the side, and he's got this thing cruising down the front stretch, trying to go back-to-back qualifying heats here in heat number 2. Look at the 92 of Ricky Comer, or Dean Comer. Where did Dean Comer come from? Out of nowhere. Wide to the outside, even almost getting by his teammate, the number 93 of RJ West. There's a 71 of Jimmy Kerr on the inside. Going wide to the outside, there's a 17 of Dylan Anderson. Look at the 92 of Dean Comer. Out of nowhere, he has got that thing absolutely running like a rocket ship. Where did you come from, Dean? Oh, look out there, Dean. You can't go that fast into the turn without trimming it in. He almost barrel rolls it coming into turn number 3, but he is absolutely wheeling this thing. Looking to get on the podium here for the first time in his young career. The 92 of Comer now side by side with the 71 of Jimmy Kerr, and he says, see you later, baby. That APX is absolutely growling down the front straightaway on the back of that 92 CSR. Chuck Skelton Racing of Dean Comer. Oh, look out. Jimmy Kerr almost fell in a hole down there in turn 2. The south end of the course is absolutely treacherous here on the Neches River as they continue to push. The 71 of Dylan Anderson is way out in front. In second, the 92 of Dean Comer, followed by the 71 of Jimmy Kerr as that pew hull is just getting bashed here on the shores of the Neches River in this rough water as we've got 5 laps remaining here in this final heat on Saturday's qualifying action here at the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series opening round of 2023. 17 of Anderson now sets it tight down there. Oh, watch out there, Dean. Comer almost goes over. Turn 1 is absolutely brutal. If any crew chief is worth the salt, he is telling his guys, you need to pedal that thing and trim that motor in hard when you get down to turn 1, because it is absolutely brutal down there. Now making his way to the north end of the course, our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Well, look out there, Dean Comer. He is absolutely pushing it to the limit. He's trying to find every ounce of power in that 4-stroke V6 Mercury outboard on the back of that Chuck Skelton Racing machine as he still sits in second. But man, has he absolutely made some moves here in the first few laps of this restart here in Group B qualifying. The number 9 of Johnny Fleming continuing to have some issues. He pulls up way wide to the outside as the 17 of Anderson gets by him, and then the 92 of Comer, as he goes a lap down. Looks like he's just trying to collect a few points and run wide to the outside here on the rough and tumble shores of the Neches River. As our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, now comes out of turns 3 and 4. There's the man sitting in second, the number 92 of Dean Comer. What happened to the 93 of RJ West? Looks like he is mired back in 5th position. No, excuse me, he's in 4th position, but man, there's going to be some smack talking in the Chuck Skelton Racing pits as the rookie Dean Comer gets by his veteran teammate, the 93 of RJ West, here in the second qualifying heat. And now the 93 of West looks like he's about to get passed by the 71 of Quindazi as they go side by side there. Now we go back to our leader. Oh no, a second place boat, the 92 of Comer. There's the 71 of Jimmy Kerr left out of the screen. And now here comes the 93 of RJ West side by side with the 71 of Quindazi. Quindazi gets out. Oh, look out, RJ West.
It is so brutal down at the south end of the course. They just cannot keep them stable. 93 at West almost goes over, and here comes the white flag. Go fast, turn left. Just 4 more times for the man out of Nashville, Tennessee. Trying to put a stranglehold on qualifying here is the only driver with 2 checkered flags in through 2 qualifying heats. Can he go into Sunday? The leader towards that pole position for our main event tomorrow afternoon. The 71 of Quindazi, where did he come from? He is absolutely wheeling this thing. He gets by the 71 of Jimmy Kerr. Now he has himself up into 3rd position. But here comes our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Nice and slow and easy out of turn number 3. Real comfy off of turn 4. He's got a nice lead. He brings it out of turn 4, lays the nose down, and puts it down the front straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, going back-to-back in qualifying here in Group B. Out of Nashville, Tennessee, number 17, Dylan Anderson. And we got a battle for 2nd and 3rd here. Coming across in 2nd, the rookie, number 92, Dean Comer. And rounding out the podium after starting last on the start pontoon on the restart, number 77, Mike Quindazi. Well, that's going to do it here for Saturday's qualifying racing at the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championships. Again, don't forget to go get your swag. Don't forget to check out the Formula One Powerboat Championship swag tent. We've got all sorts of cool t-shirts, hats, patches, you name it. We've got it. Check it out before they're gone. Quantities are limited. What a great day of racing it was. We had some carnage here in the afternoon as the winds picked up, and we couldn't have done it without our series sponsors. All right, our series sponsors, Mercury Racing, committed to the pursuit of wide open. Accept no boundaries and accept no compromise. JH Performance Boats, custom handcrafted shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. Axel Sports, official apparel provider of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series in 2023. Your passion drives us to excel. VP Racing Fuels. Learn more about their ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com. Racing Communications. Their radios for racing. Seabolt Sports. World champion powerboat racing since 1939. Seaway Marine. Your one-stop dealership for current and vintage outboards and stern drives. From Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Force, Mercury, and Chrysler, as well as OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives. They've got the most experience in the business. They ship over 100,000 packages all over the U.S. every year. Seaway prides itself in excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs online at seawaymarine.com. Moto Marketing Group, providing award-winning advertising and strategic marketing solutions to any size company or team with one-to-one service and consulting. Moto Marketing Group excels in racing and sports marketing, advertising, and design, and we have the track record to prove it. From boats to cars and motorcycles, if it has an engine, we can make it scream. And finally, Kicker Marine Audio, living loud since 1973. Check them out at kicker.com. And another concert's going to be rocking and rolling all night, and it's because of all the great local sponsors who are here to support the Riverfest every year. First and foremost, the title sponsor, Port Neches Federal Credit Union. They are here to serve you with 8 locations in and around the Port Neches area. Locations are always nearby wherever you are in the southeast corner of Texas. Federally insured by the NCUA, an equal housing lender. Online at netchesfcu.org. Check out their N-Power program, and don't forget the over 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs. Dragon Industrial Wrap, their carbon fiber kits, reinforced piping, and vessels to their design strength to prevent unplanned outages and prolong the lifespan of your equipment. ISS Leak Sealers. Leak Sealers has joined the ISS family of companies creating the preeminent technical engineered service provider in the U.S. Their impeccable safety record, their expertise in engineering, and their fabrication capacity makes them number one for on-stream technical engineered services. Del Papa Distributing.
Their good name leaves a lasting legacy from a single grocery store to a distributorship spanning 17 counties and 375 employees. Del Papa Distributing has been delivering high-quality brands and service along the Gulf Coast of Texas for over 100 years. Committed to community, stylistic diversity, and quality, they are honored to serve a wide range of high-quality brands of beer. And Classic Chevrolet. Texas is a big state. They know you guys drive a lot. That's why they offer a variety of car-related services. Whether you're interested in a new car, truck, or SUV, or service on the vehicle you already own, let Classic Chevrolet be your used car dealer, your new car depot, your service center, and more. All right, to wrap things up, I got one final conversation with the man who went back-to-back here in Group B qualifying. The number 17 of Dylan Anderson. Man, Dylan, the 71 of Jimmy Kerr looked like he was doing well out there. Then the wind picked up after the restart, and that seemed like that was all you needed to get by him and wheel that thing to victory.
Well, I'd say all of us were doing pretty good just to keep the boats on the water. Felt more like a dirt bike track out there than it did a boat course. But, yeah, I mean, we saw an opportunity. I wasn't going to stress it out if I didn't have to, but Jimmy gave me the opportunity, and I went around him. So
let's talk about that south end of the course. Obviously, we saw the 74 of Jesse Swain go over. Then the 14 of Andrew Tate goes over. I think probably about half the rest of the boats in your heat almost went over down on the south end of the course. How rough is it down there?
Well, I was one of the half that almost went over down there, so it's really rough. I mean, but you enter, as long as you keep it good, now you've got to make it through the 3-footers on the way out. So it was tough by all means.
And, you know, a lot of times we'll see the same type of weather on Sunday afternoon as we do on Saturday afternoon here in Port Neches. What do you think this type of wind and these type of conditions are going to do to the main event tomorrow afternoon?
Well, if it's like that, all of us are just going to be strapping ourselves in as tight as we can and doing our best to keep that thing upright and make it through as fast as we can. So,
for sure. Now let's talk about it. You're the only one who's gone back-to-back with checkered flags. That is huge because there was so much position change in Group A. That puts you in the catbird seat. What are you going to have to do in that final qualifying heat tomorrow morning? You're going to have to come through the field again. But where do you think you're going to have to finish in that third heat to find yourself on the pole for tomorrow's main event?
Well, math was never my strong suit, so I guess I'll just go fast and turn left and see where we end up.
Well, hey, fair enough. Spoken like a true race boat driver. We'll let you get back with the team. Enjoy a successful Saturday. Get everything dialed in and hopefully an early night and some good rest so you can get back at it and try to put yourself on top of the podium tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Right on, ladies and gentlemen, that is the number 17 of Dylan Anderson, the only man to go back-to-back in the F1 class here in qualifying today. And that wraps up our racing action for Saturday here at the opening round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship season. On behalf of series owners John Schubert, Tim Siebold, and the rest of our amazing support staff, we appreciate you guys being with us here on this Saturday full of racing, and we look forward to being right back here with you tomorrow. More live racing at 9 a.m. on our Facebook or YouTube channel. Make sure you smash those like buttons, subscribe to our YouTube page, and we'll see you guys here, whether you're in Port Neches or wherever you are across the world. Thank you, good night, God bless, and we'll see you at 9 a.m. on Sunday for the final day of the opening round of the 2023 season.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car, tow vehicle, or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute. With our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.